in the den of iniquity. Vicinity no pretty, calamity fi hit we any moment, what a pity. Tomorrow never certain, what dwells behind the curtain? The face of evil smirking, with that shifty eyes averting. It's not a steady bubble, could either pop or topple. Many will fall and stumble, let the dozers gather rubble. From LA to Colorado, Guinea to Burkina Faso, cannons could breach the towers and the troops will storm the castle. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. Lord, run, run, come, make we get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. With the rubble steady rising, and hearts are compromising. Convictions here are stifling, making evil appetizing. The fists are steady forming, and countenance is falling. Defenses are withdrawing, possibilities are falling. In these your circumstances, evil will make advances. Pick up your sword and lances, and be sure to take your stances. Victory is never promised, the battle is upon us. Gather the brave and honest, and the righteous in your corners.
So, yes, we talk about current events. We talk about what's going on in the Black community. We talk about men's issues. Every now and then, though, I like to see if I can get the one and only Ike Ogiamian on. And y'all know who Ike is. Now, this isn't going to be the regular show. This is a special for you guys. Ike is he's our number one intellectual in this sector. Right now, he wouldn't call himself that, but that's what I would call him. Right. And we got a lot of deep thinkers over here, guys. It's not just him. You know, shout out to Dr. Thunder. Shout out to Dr. T. Hassan. We got a lot of heavy hitters over here. But, you know, there's always going to be that one big lion. There's always going to be the one at the top. And for my money, it is absolutely Ike Ogiamian, moderator over at Kevin Samuels. Super, super intelligent. And the way this brother thinks and expresses himself is amazing. So if you want, you know, the whole beef and conflict and all that, this is going to be a different video. This might not be a video for you. This is going to be a video for, you know, kick back, get your popcorn, and listen to one of our deepest brothers. Really the highest intellectual, I would say, in this whole sector. Listen to what he has to say. We're going to be talking about thinking. We're going to be talking about critical thinking and also individualistic versus collective thinking. And you're going to see how this plays out in terms of accountability, right? Fresh and fit. A lot of people are saying, where's the accountability? Shout out to the 50-year-old. I had to put her in her place, to be honest. I don't want to say it like that, but that's what happened, right? That's what all of you guys are supporting me. Shout out to Kevin Samuels, who commented on that video. Shout out to MTR, who commented. A lot of you. Shout out to ARC. A lot of you like that video, and I appreciate all of the compliments, guys. I've been doing this a long time, cross-examining people, talking to people in difficult conversations. So a lot of people were saying that this lady was not. That's me being petty. She's not 50. She's 47. Fair enough. But that's her. She showed what it looks like not to be accountable. And then I guess in that same stream a day before, we had Anton Daniels and Mr. Locario. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but, you know, that was a very interesting conversation because you had, you know, Mr. Locario, who is living the polyamorous lifestyle, which is kind of, listen, anything goes. If I'm not hurting you, you're not hurting me, and we doing our thing. We just, you know, we live in. Versus the much more conservative, much more religious-based did I say Antonio? I meant to say Anton Daniels, who is much more rigid in his feelings. So maybe we might talk about, you know, the individualistic, you know, as long as I'm good, you know, I'm not hurting anybody, versus the collective where, listen, we are representing the Black community. We're representing maybe religion. We all need to kind of fall in line. So this is some of the stuff that we are going to talk about. All right. So again, let me bring up my man Ike right now. Y'all know who he is. Shout out to Ike, right? And we're gonna have him on for hopefully at least an hour. I'm gonna drop the link in a while. If you guys want to talk to our number one intellectual here in this sector, you will absolutely have that opportunity. I'm not going to hog him all to myself, but I do like having these conversations, which admittedly are not mainstream, but they are very, very important. And guys, we can talk about the fluff and the beef, but sometimes also we need that. Dealing with the 80% is fine, but sometimes we need to deal with the 20%. Now we need to mix the 80% in there as well. One of the biggest injustices, I think, is when I look at Ike's channel, and he doesn't have 100,000 subscribers off the rip. Like that is, it's almost, if I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but it's almost an indictment on our community, right? He should absolutely have more subscribers than he has, but the algorithm isn't going to favor you if you're not, jumping in with all of this beef and putting women in their place, right? Apparently that's how you get the subscribers. Shout out to everybody who subscribed today and yesterday, right? So if you guys could do me a huge favor, what does Roland say? Yes, we need balance. Absolutely. Exactly right. Oh, Andrew's already on it. Andrew beat me to the punch. Thank you so much, Andrew. And thank you to Gail. Gail has dropped the link to Ike's channel. If you enjoy listening to intelligent brothers, not brothers who are always fighting, not brothers who want to, start a boxing match. If you want to listen to brothers who are willing and able to do it with their minds, then please go right now and subscribe to this man's channel. I really, really appreciate it. All right. So shout out to MTR. Without further ado, let us get to Ike. And again, Ike, thank you so much for coming on. I know how valuable your time is. So to steal you away from what you are doing is a big coup for me and this channel. I love to have you on. And, apart from putting out this great content, just me as a person, I know you guys see me with the tie and everything, but just me as a person, as a Black man, I love to have these conversations. So I really, really appreciate you coming on.
It's an honor. It's a pleasure. I appreciate what you do, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. It's hard not to be humbled by all that heralding that you do when you announce, and you set the bar. You're like, oh, this one, expect wonders out of this one. Okay, well, no pressure. I guess, we shall see.
You have been meeting that bar for years. You've been meeting it for years. So thank you so much for coming. And again, guys, I'm gonna set the stage. We're gonna start talking a little bit, but keep your pen, your pencil handy, your phone if you're more technologically sound. If you want to come on the stream, talk directly to Ike, ask Ike any questions. If you want to ask me questions, if you want to ask both of us questions, if you have opinions, forget the questions. If you have a perspective that you would like to chime in on, please come up.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. On that topic of the individual versus collective, you mentioned Locario, Mr. Locario, the Mr. How do I forget his title?
Put some respect on his name, right?
Exactly. Mr. Locario, and then, we can just pick the general alternative of something that's more community-based, something that says, okay, particular structures and particular modes of behavior are more stable for the community, so on and so forth. How do you begin to parse that out? Or how do you begin to think through that topic in this particular context, even? Like, because I heard you say, as long as I'm not hurting anybody, that kind of a thing. Is that where you start? Is that a good starting point? Or how did you, because I was not privy to that conversation, so I don't know how you kind of tackled it, or if you did.
Yeah, it was so interesting because, and let me let me just give a quick shout out to the people in here. I don't want to read all the names, but Adengbe, shout out to Adengbe and Top Slug Sofa King. Got Lawrence in the house, got Kilo, shout out to Kilo C. Got Young Prince, thank you Kilo C and Young Prince for being members, really appreciate that. We always got W Alfonso in the house. Shout out to Miss Be More AT Alien. I'm if you guys don't know who I am, mucho gusto, right? I am a 20-year divorce attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out to Kim Coleman. And what did Kilo say? She's not 50 yet. Shout out to the 47-year-old. That was just me being petty, right? Got Miss B Finesse in the house. Got Vivid. Shout out to Vivid, and of course, my one and only Gail, right? So and thank you so much Thank you so much, Negro Rami, for subscribing to Ike's channel. Please, guys, please, if you support me, please just take a few minutes, a few seconds, really, to hit the link that Gail has provided and to subscribe to Ike's channel. It is amazing, and you will not be disappointed. Shout out to Larry. Thank you so much, Kelly, for subscribing to Ike, and a big shout out. Oh, Locario said, "Oh, she was already." Yeah, Locario was like, "Oh, this is old news. I'm already subscribed to Ike, and I've been enjoying his content for a while." So yeah, it was an amazing situation between Mr. Locario and Anton, and really on the stream after they had gotten off, we had a supporter of Anton, and Anton came in. You know, it was his energy was fine, but he was a little bit pointed because he was calling Mr. Locario's way of life, and really Mr. Locario himself, he was calling him trash. He was like, you're trash, like the way that you think, the way that you operate. And so that was an interesting interaction. But then another gentleman came on and kind of and really backed Anton up and said, listen, you've got Mr. Locario. He's got a wife, right? No kids. He's got a wife. He also has girlfriends. His wife has boyfriends. His wife has been dating someone for a year. I believe that's what Mr. Locario said. And when they've met each other and, everything goes, right? And so this gentleman was like, he is hurting the Black community, right? The black children are suffering. Black children aren't at the level that we need them to be. We've got all these single mothers. They are not where they should be. Black fathers, that's a whole nother thing. And you've got Mr. Locario, which represents all of the instability. No one can really say that Mr. Locario's situation is the epitome of stability when you have different men and women coming in and out of that relationship. And they are married, again, with no kids. And so the collective thinking was, listen, we are Black. We need the Black community to succeed. The first thing we need is to kind of stop the bleeding. The first thing we need is stability. So I kind of pushed him on that. I said, okay, I see what you're saying. What about let's look at the harm that Mr. Locario is doing. Is he hurting anybody? And he said, well, yeah, he's hurting a lot of people. Look at the kids, look at the Black women, look at the Black men. I said, well, yeah, well, is there a name attached to anybody? If I run somebody over, that person has a name, right? If I go knock somebody over the head with a crowbar to take their wallet, that person has a name. But is there any name attached to who Mr. Locario is hurting? And the answer was, it's the Black community in general. And so that's when I started to see, oh, okay, I see what this is about. This is really about collectivism versus individualism, right? Should you as an individual take certain steps, sacrifice for the good of the cause? Mr. Locario could absolutely just get one wife who was, and, not have his girlfriends, and he could get that same wife and the wife not have boyfriends, and their relationship might be much more stable, but he would be sacrificing some amount of happiness, but he's sacrificing it for the good of the community, right? And Mr. Locario, through his lifestyle, is saying, I am not willing to do that. I'm not hurting anybody. I want to have my fun. Whereas the gentleman who was opposing that view is like, you are absolutely directly hurting the Black community. So kind of what do you think about that dichotomy there?
You see, that is rich. That's kind of a very fertile soil there. But the first thing that I want to point out is there is some kind of a drama, a play, a kabuki show where Mr. Locario is being used to represent something that truly is not, shall we say, now obviously since it's a drama and it's a play and it's a representation, we know that it is not reality. What I mean is this: if there is an issue with the Black community vis-a-vis the parenthood, two-parent households, and we know all the good that comes from that and all the ill that comes from its lack and so on and so forth, right? So But the truth is, the dysfunction is not represented by a whole bunch of Mr. Locarios out there, right? In other words, the way that the home, the broken home in the community, okay, generally speaking,
It's
it's
such
not
a great point.
it's not a result of suit wearing, jet set, flying, people out there just living that kind of a lifestyle, right? So
Yes.
it's, but I think that is a key thing there. In other words, there's theater going on, and the theater, the protagonist, or shall I say the antagonist in this case, either way, the actors don't represent what's really going on. It's not everybody should stop being Mr. Locario. That's like, no, that's not what's going on in the community. It's all kinds of other dysfunction, beginning with, let's say it may be drugs, or it may be, shall we say, economic problems, or lack of people not growing up in two-parent households to begin with. In other words, the cyclical aspect, right? All these different aspects, as opposed to, if we all just stopped being pimps.
Exactly.
No, we're not all pimps.
Isn't it such a great point too? Because when you say it that way, and I absolutely agree, I had not thought about it that way before. It's almost like Mr. Locario is being propped up almost as a scapegoat, right? Because there are not enough people in the population who live his lifestyle in order to blame all of the ills in our community.
What they'll say to you then, though, and they should have said, is, oh, no, it's not him. It's the fact that he does this publicly and he promotes XYZ, the corrupting the youth of Athens thing, right? We're going to kill Socrates now because, he's preaching, that would be a legitimate comeback. But obviously now they've reduced their charges, right? You would say before it was a charge of direct, you are the representation. And then I was like, okay, well, you are only a minority, but we don't like what you're preaching, right? But that's a different kind of that becomes a political conversation, right?
Right.
Now, and to that point, I think that a good demarcation to make here is this. There is, when it comes to individualism versus collectivism, there is an aspect which has to do with preference, aesthetic preference, let's say. In other words, you decide, lead attorney, that you're going to acquiesce. You're going to give into the group when it comes to wearing ties or
mask.
Haircut. Or a mask, for example, right? You're like, I'm going to acquiesce to the group for that because it just, whatever, it meets my taste, so on and so forth. But this thing over here about my particular belief against something which my grandmother told me, is like, no, I will hold that one close to the vest. I will hold that one in an area where I consider to be more of an individualistic realm. Yes. So I'm trying to demarcate that there's an area where it's just purely about aesthetics, right? Where it's like, I'm going to live this kind of a way that's prescribed by the group because I'm fine with it. But for these particular other areas, I'm going to choose something else. And I think we allow ourselves that leeway, don't we? Right?
Absolutely.
Like the guy who says, I'm going to grow my dreads, I'm going to be a punk, that kind of a thing. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just saying, I think you're exactly right. And it also maybe has to do with culture as well. Maybe we can look at a place like China or Japan. Even Japan, I would imagine, is a little bit more free than China, but there's still a pretty homogeneous population. And you kind of get the idea that, the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. Right. Whereas in this culture, it's much more, the whole collective mind, that beehive mind is that concept isn't nearly as strong as we've seen with the mask mandate and the vaccines and this and that. Right. So I wonder, it's kind of all on a sliding scale because maybe this conversation doesn't even exist in China. Right. Or Japan.
You see, okay, so I think we've established one thing, but now let's go ahead and make generalizations and state claims, vehemently defend them, and do all that stuff, all that good stuff that we like to do. But what we've stated is the area in which there is room for subjectivity, room for sliding scales. We can call it, and plant a flag there, we can call it that area of aesthetic judgments. Like, you know what? I'm going to acquiesce to suit wearing, okay? But in other areas of my life, no, you will not get me to acquiesce. I'm a complete outlaw in this way, but in other ways, I'm a complete gentleman, something like that. And it is within aesthetic pursuits. The sports team you like, or the clothes you like to wear, or the way you wear your hair, those kinds of things, the kind of women you like, fine, whatever. You can go with what the group wants or against the group, fine. Then there is another area which is more in the area of competition, battle, warfare, politics, economics, right? And in there, you have to play group warfare, group economics, or not, right? Or play politics, or backstab, or whatever. You get the idea. This is a totally different movement, a totally different modality of human interaction. We're outside now of your preferences. We're now into what is going to be the most effective mode of moving our group forward, right? So if, in my opinion, I would say stop the kabuki show, stop the theater of propping up somebody as a scapegoat and saying that they represent when you know that they do not, the ills of a particular group, and look squarely in the eye and talk about strategy, because that is the realm in which you're now operating. I don't know if the demarcation is making sense, that I'm trying.
Absolutely. And this is one of the things that Anton Daniels is really about. He's like, listen, Black people, we need to stop complaining, right? What he says, really, shout out to Anton Daniels, he's like, listen, everybody just needs to be like me, right? I've got millions of dollars. I'm highly successful. I've been married, I've been married for 17 years, right? No cheating. I love my wife. My wife loves me. We have a fantastic relationship. If you do what I do, if you listen to me, you will absolutely be successful. When people don't do what I do, they sit around and complain, that they don't like the where they are in life. They blame white people. They blame women, right? And there's a lot of blaming going on. And if everybody would fall in line and actually do the work, then everyone could be successful. And so that's kind of where Mr. Locario comes in, because Anton was kind of saying, hey, you're selling and Mr. Locario sells courses or sells consultations on, he helps younger men get women, kind of like a dating coach, and his packages are like $7,000, which blew Anton away. He was like, you're living this type of lifestyle, and then you're taking $7,000 from people in our community to kind of spread either your message or help them just pick up, one night stands. Neither situation is helping our community. Whereas you see me, I've been married since I was 22, married 17 years, one wife, and I've got these millions of dollars. Why would anybody choose to live like you? You're trash. Everyone should live like me. The fact that you are living individualistically is the cause of the effect of you stealing 7,000. Stealing is not the word he said. I'm putting words in his mouth, but you see where I'm going.
Yeah, and you can imagine, okay, let's say Mr. Locario and Mr. Anton, right? Now they're both, let's say, presidents or representatives of their group, or they're battling together in the same team. And they do not question, generally speaking, each other about their bedroom habits and the effects that they may be having, the deleterious effects they may be having on the youth, corrupting the minds of the youth. And they stop all that, but they have decided to go into a room where they face squarely, again, a political conversation, where they say, okay, what do you think will be are we on the same page that we're trying to do X about a community, X, Y, or Z about a community, improve a community, right? And you can imagine that people who have different bedroom habits could say, yes, I do want the community to improve. And then you say, okay, what's a political game? What's an economic game? And then someone whom, like a Mr. Locario, could then say, hey, I'm all about this particular preference, right? I like my steak a little rare, right? Maybe you like yours well done. But I do agree that when it comes to the group economics, we already looked at as a group anyways, right? So even if I have a more of an individualistic person, I know that group reputation perhaps matters, right? In other words, I'm still seen externally. Yes. And the external world and the political world, the world of the social group, that whole world of mammals, which we are, it's a big part of our world, right? The social creatures that we are. That world can still affect me based on something called a particular reputation of my group, let's say. So I think that we can come together, Mr. Anton Wade and not Anton Wade, sorry.
No, Anton Daniels. No, you're fine. You're fine.
And Mr. Locario, and we can agree on X, Y, Z vis-a-vis economic program or so on and so forth. And we could be together on the table, signing contracts and moving the community forward without arguing about whether I had a threesome last night and whether you are an upstanding, good Christian, solid man with a wife happily married for years. Now, this does not have to mean that anyone is tacitly approving what anyone else is doing in the bedroom. In other words, I think that this demarcation between the realm of aesthetic preferences and the realm of competition, which could be economic, political competition, and so on and so forth, needs to be clearly demarcated when you talk about strategy on the individual versus collective spectrum, if you will. So.
Yeah, well, see, and that's one of the things, because you can make the argument, well, listen, yes, we can come together in business, and yes, we can sign contracts together, but if I'm holding up my end of the bargain within this community, and you and people like you are not, then you are dragging down our community, which means that, you know, these contracts that we're signing, they're going to be less lucrative because we don't have the same opportunities as others, right? You are dragging us down. So maybe if our reputation was better, if people saw us as a higher class, a higher standard, we would be offered better contracts. We would be offered more contracts. We would have more options. But the fact that you are doing all of this with multiple women, and then your wife is doing all of these things with multiple men, is leading us into perdition. And there's no accountability for you, and you are hurting us. So one of the things I think about is, you know, is the best way, what is the individual's duty to the group? Should Mr. Locario feel any sense of any responsibility to sacrifice in the name of the Black community, or if he just comports himself as he is, not having any crazy kids from all these baby mamas or whatever, not creating baby mamas, you know, if he's employed, if he's not hurting anybody, will people like him, if he's just living, let's say, quote unquote, a good life, a liberal life, but a good life, the fact that he's living a good life, will that contribute to maybe an emergent effect that others are also living a good life, which will help raise the community? Or does, apart from him living a good life himself, does he have the obligation to sacrifice some of his happiness, personal utility, in exchange for raising the group?
I say one is more measurable and plausible, and by that one I mean the one whereby you can say, let him live his life, let him be successful in this business, and let him go ahead and, you know, keep the money circulating within that community, whatever it may be. That's measurable, and let's ignore what he does in his bedroom, right? That one is measurable. But I think that it's not quite measurable, the one whereby he sacrifices, right? And then somehow we're going to kind of insinuate that it prevented X, Y, and Z from possibly happening in the future in somebody's mind somewhere, right? So it becomes untenable in real world politics, right? In real world negotiation, real world, you know, trying to push and pull. It's like, hey, what you're asking me to sacrifice for a hypothetical which you cannot even quantify, right? But so it becomes a challenging point. So this is a really sticky situation. Okay, however, one solution, generally speaking, is to then hover above, go on a different axis and look down at the situation. Now let's look down at the pros and cons, generally speaking, on the side of collective and the side of individuals, right? Because what we've established so far is the sliding scale aspect, the spectrum aspect. We say, let's distinguish between, for example, the aesthetic preferences, right, that make it such that you'll acquiesce to doing what the crowd does in one area, but you don't acquiesce in other areas. And then we also said, okay, we have to look at this area of competition, group strategy versus individual strategy within competition, because we're social creatures after all, and economics and all that kind of stuff, and politics is all about group versus individual stuff. So pragmatically, we have to think that way. But now let's go even further, and let's talk about the generalities that it can be made about collective and individual writ large. You see, on the side of the collective, the institution, the tradition, you know, that side, it's more stable. Okay, correct. It does not require a lot of thinking. It's a program, right? It's a code. It's already been written. It's the 10 commandments and it's the Leviticus, and you guys follow these rules, and you are these particular people, follow these, and things will generally work out for you. Okay, don't come questioning it. So however, the con of that particular good is it tends to get rigid, right?
Yes.
it calcifies, especially over time, and tends to then become corrupt, while all the time it tends to be oppressive to those Locarios that are always in the population, or somewhere in the tail of population distributions. Locarios are there suffering the iron foot of tradition and conservatism and institutionalism and the group. But meanwhile, while it's stable, the con is that it can become rigid. So we could just begin with that first kind of pro and con. There's a list that you can go back and forth with these different attributes in terms of individualism versus collectivism. So you need the individual to come in every once in a while to change things. You could take, for example, the I don't know if this word is allowed, but the little hat people, let's say, okay, the little hat people for 40 years in the desert, so on and so forth. And then it took a Jesus to come in and say, hey, you guys are doing it wrong. In other words, this story of an individual coming in to flip the table on culture, tradition, collective institution, that thing which does not change, that thing which is stable, does not take a lot of energy, it's a code, it's a 10 commandment, that kind of a thing. That is the dance that tends to happen. So what I'm saying is, okay, we've hovered above in terms of time, okay? And we've hovered above in terms of looking at the generalities between these two things, individualism and collectivism. And we say that there are pros and cons to both. And there's a dance that happens in time when it comes to both, whereby the individual comes in and breathes in new life, new spirit, new dynamism into a calcified old system that no longer understand, that's kind of blind and it's dead, right? That kind of thing.
It's interesting, shout out to 50 Cent. 50 Cent recently put up a post that where a Black woman, I think actually she's down here in Atlanta, she started a group. She started a new group of, she's a Black woman, and she got all of these Black women together. Did y'all see this video? And they were Black women. Each one was over 300 pounds. And they all got together and they had this barbecue and they had a pool party, and all these Black women were in like two-piece bikinis and these tight bikinis, and then they were dancing. So they formed this big like Soul Train line, and they were just dancing, one 300-pound Black woman after another. And the video kind of went mini viral, and 50 Cent made a tweet about it. And he was like, like, what the hell is this? And the backlash that he got from the Black community, Black women, let's be honest, was harsh, and it was quick, to the extent where he had to take the video down. So now you just have these, it's kind of like this one Black woman said, hey, there are these Black women who are thinking individualistically to the extent that they do not want to get themselves to a weight that might be more appealing to the masses. And she started her own group. She started her own collective. She started her own culture where it said, listen, these 300-pound Black women are going to be celebrated. And then someone from the main group, 50 Cent, went in to criticize them publicly, and he got demolished. In fact, from Black women in the main group. It wasn't just the Black women and the 300-pound Black women in the bikinis that got him to take it down. Honestly, it was kind of the culture, the Black women who were mainstream.
That's a perfect example of something called the minority rule when it comes to this dance between individual and collective and people trying to overturn, because you can understand the dialect, or you can understand like the tension, right? I think everyone can understand that, okay, there's going to be tension between the group, because in every distribution of every population, not every, but there are many populations that are what we call a normal distribution, right? It's a bell curve where the majority is in the middle, and then you have the tail and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
other kinds of distributions that are out there, but there are many populations of things that have that normal curve distribution. So there's always going to be like the people at the ends, okay, that are kind of outcast. And these, it could be in terms of sexual preference, it could be in terms of personality, it can be in terms of how they learn, cognitive capacity, so on, because people vary so much. And the people who are out there on the tails don't represent the general population. They're getting kind of oppressed. Time goes on. They then gather up some steam, try to flip things around. And then you start to see people from the majority group start to side with the minority, right?
Yeah.
Like, as you just kind of described, like they're gonna now run to the defense of the 300-pounders, right? Because human beings and all apes are mimics. We do this without, in other words, that's why the mob is so predictable, because it's very deterministic. Like, people just will copy what other people are doing, and they will do worse things than they would ever do. Any one individual person in the mob will do worse things that they will do individually, but but for the, shall we say, the spiritual movings of the mob. But this is the minority rule simply states, I haven't said all that, right, that a small, but shall we say, vehement and strong minority will change the rules for the majority. There's another example. All soft drinks in the United States are kosher. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
But think about it, right? It would make sense that Coca-Cola would just make everything kosher rather than have to worry about, oh, how do I sell kosher Coke versus, right? So because of a minority, a lot of times you have these rules, because all the time we tend to think, oh, majority rule. No. There's another thing called minority rule. And it's also kind of seemingly democratic, but not numbers democratic. In other words, like they persuade you, they cajole you. And then also, we just looked at from an economic example, right? Whereby it's like, it's just easier to make all Coca-Cola, soft drinks, and everything, and juices kosher.
Absolutely.
That way you don't have to worry about it.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I see some of you have some questions for Ike, and I'm going to drop the link in a moment. But I do, kind of changing subjects a little slightly. I do want to kind of hear Ike's views on critical thinking, especially critical thinking in real time, right? Because a lot of times this is where it matters. This is where it counts. If you have a year to think about something, then that's a luxury, and after a year you might come up with the right the right decision. But when you're having to think in real time, what are the factors that affect your thinking? What are the pressures? What are the constraints? What are the obstacles? So I definitely want to get Ike's views on critical thinking, especially in real time. And this is something that I have to do all of the time when let's say I'm cross-examining someone. And, if what I try to do is reduce the amount of critical thinking that I have to do, because it is a very labor intensive and process that could be filled with errors. So I like to, you'll have the old attorneys, the old dogs, they'll come in for a cross-examination. Let's say I'm going to cross-examine Ike, and, they'll have just one piece of paper with bullet points. Whereas I will walk in with my cross-examination folder, and it'll have Ike Ogiamian in like 55 font on the front. Yes. And it will be 30 pages long. It will be that's so that I don't have to, it's not that I don't have to think, but it reduces some of the work that I have to do. But when I'm standing in front of, and at the podium, and he's in the witness stand, I still have to listen to what he's saying. And I have to make decisions on, okay, I've got the next question. Should I ask this next question based on what he just said? Should I deviate, right? Should I skip the next question? Should I come back to it, right? And sometimes, we all know how Ike is. He's super open, and he's super affable, charming. But if I have him on the witness stand, he might clam up. He might get a little aggressive. Right. So I have to think in real time how to handle that aggressiveness while staying on the path of asking my questions. You guys saw this yesterday, or I guess today, in the clip that I released, some of you, where I had a discussion with a woman who was being hostile. And so, this isn't a cross-examination. I'm sitting here, she's sitting in New York, and we are both engaged in a dance of real-time critical thinking. And it was almost like a tug of war. And we're going to say, well, who wins, right? Now, shout out to her. She was, let's just be honest. She was overpowered. I've been doing this for 20 years. She's never cross-examined anybody. And if you go and read the comment section, you will absolutely see who won that. But it wasn't a fair fight. But critical thinking was involved in both sides in real time. So, Ike, what do you think about this subject of critical thinking, especially as it relates to critical thinking in the moment, in real time?
Yeah, I think that the reason why it's so important is beyond YouTube arguments or arguments in the courtroom. Arguments in the courtroom can be quite, shall we say, consequential, but this is done by professionals, right? Either, professional officers of the court like yourself and professional witnesses, or, people who are, so that kind of a thing is true. But in our daily lives, right? Sometimes the difference between a happy life and then, or you end up getting shot in the parking lot somewhere, is just someone not applying some real-time judgment, some real-time application of wisdom, right, to the situation. In other words, you have shown very acutely how important it is, and you've shown the situation, and we can kind of feel the beads of sweat going there while you're in the stand, doing that dance. But in real time, we have to make decisions in our lives. Things happen in our lives. Uncle Bob tells us something, we get triggered, right? Our heart rate goes up. Blood, your temperature in the back of the ear goes up, right? And you hear this sound, it's like a wee sound. You're not hearing anything anymore. You're like, and then you flip the table over and you stab Uncle Bob.
Yes.
What happened there is really the question, right? What happened there? So let's take a step back from that very extreme case which I described, right? The first threshold has to do with being able to overcome, because it's energetically expensive. You already said that. So what are the obstacles to critical thinking? Number one, it's expensive. It makes a lot more sense for us to just be able to drive on that road and not have to think about the path, right? You want to always outsource things to the, shall we say, unconscious, to the automatic. It's just easier to do things that way. So most of the time we're not actually thinking, right? We're just kind of like, it's like picking up a menu in a restaurant and trying to select what you want to eat. That's not thinking, okay? That's just kind of like browsing, randomly accessing information. Thinking is when you're trying to draw up a new map, create a new menu based on, what Chef Gordon Ramsay may like, or so on and so forth. And there's beads of sweat forming and you furrow your eyebrows. In other words, there's an energetic, shall we say, cost, and there's an energetic threshold below which you're not actually thinking. So that's the first threshold. But even people who have been trained to, and they have the horsepower, right, to do the threshold thing, and have also gone to law school, and they have been trained to do the tactical Aristotelian syllogisms and whatever, right? But then still they make silly mistakes in their life. Still they shoot somebody in the parking lot. Still, they do something silly and ruins their whole marriage and ruins their child's life and so on and so forth.
The cobbler's shoes have holes, right?
And the patterns seem to repeat in these individual autobiographies. You see them as a repeating pattern of certain kinds of mistakes over and over and over again. So basically, it's because there is another barrier. That barrier is something which is more like a spirit. Let's go back to that Thanksgiving table where you stabbed Uncle Bob, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. What is the spirit? Okay. The point is, spirit is about consciousness, subjective consciousness, right? That's what the word, it's a Germanic root. Spirit means a disembodied consciousness, right? Even when you think about it intuitively, that's what we mean when we say there's a ghost, there's a geist, there's a spirit. It's a consciousness, something which has will but no body, right? So the spirit is that thing which caused your heart rate to raise to a certain level, the heat in the back of your ear to rise to a certain level, and you to hear something such that you were completely now consumed, that you did not have your free will anymore, right? And that is the thing that typically is the biggest hurdle that people need to overcome when it comes to critical thinking. It's not just, oh, I watch YouTube videos and I know the arguments and this and that, or I'm an expert attorney and I can do it well in a formal setting, but how come I still make these kinds of mistakes in my life? So basically, there is a threshold of overcoming prejudices, okay? Stories that you've been told in communities, okay, as to why you will never succeed. No one from this community has ever done it before. You are, the white man held you back. Shout out to O'Shea. All these kinds of things immediately come to mind. Let's say somebody called you right now. They're like, hey, this hypothetical person calls hypothetical person B, right? So A calls B and says, hey, there's an opportunity. All we need is X $1,000. And B may be thinking, this is something I wanted to get into the whole time. I always think, oh, I should get in the real estate game, right? This looks like a great opportunity. But it's not just a simple cold calculation going on in B's mind, right? No, all the stories about the fear of how it may go wrong and how, he's never done it before and how he's not, all that stuff comes up and it manifests itself in your subjective consciousness. It literally blocks your hearing, your sight, as we can see from that time when you stabbed Uncle Bob, right? You could not hear, you could not see clearly anymore. And again, that's an extreme. But generally speaking, what's going on when people are driving, holding on to the steering wheel, gripping the steering wheel, clenching their teeth, and giving themselves pain in their neck, which they'll feel later, and all this tension in the body comes from somewhere, by the way. You did that during the day. It's because you were clenching your teeth, you were furrowing your brow, and you did not know what was going on.
Yes.
How do you overcome that thing? That really is the question of critical thinking.
Ooh. And it seems like there's so many things that kind of set themselves up as obstacles in terms of you getting the right result, the correct result. One seems to be almost, biomechanical. You mentioned the clenching of the teeth and the stress. Well, you can certainly relate that to adrenaline, something that you didn't necessarily cause to shoot out through your body and your bloodstream, right? Something that you might not even be conscious of, and your nose flares open, you start to take in oxygen at a different rate. Time even can slow down, right? Some of these could be defense mechanisms that have been passed down to you from 50,000 years ago that you're not even aware of, right? And I mean, honestly, you could say it's gonna happen in every case. Maybe the best that you can do is try to be cognizant of it and reduce it as soon as possible. It can be
100%. So what does the sniper do then in that situation? Let's go to people whom, because you just mentioned, maybe it can be trained. And I'm like, yep, it can be trained.
Yes.
Because what does the sniper do? The sniper doesn't freak out. No. The sniper's breath does not go out of control. No. The sniper's heart rate, all those muscles, it doesn't start to twitch and stiffen. No. But is there adrenaline? Yes. Same thing with, if we bring it down to something more relatable, stage fright. Everyone
Yes.
who has to perform has to feel that adrenaline. But the difference between you choking up versus you taking it and flowing with it is you expecting it, knowing how it usually comes, from when
Exactly.
it comes. So let me go ahead and give an example, or continue this example of, shall we say, you are going to give a speech. You're going to go out there and you're going to sing a song. Because I'm a singer, right?
Mhm.
A hobby, kind of a amateur musician, right? But I learned a lot of things on stage, So what happens when you go out there and you start sounding like your voice starts shaking and so on and so forth? There's a constricting of your neck. Okay. You said it biomechanical and physiological in terms of the attacks. The responses are also physical. That's why you want to breathe from your diaphragm. If you open up, okay, the idea is to keep the top of upper body loose so that when the adrenaline is rushing through there, it doesn't stiffen up, right?
Mm.
And you want to plant your lower, so you want your stance to be very solid from like your glutes down. This part is loose and you're breathing from your diaphragm so that you can speak from your diaphragm so that the stiffening of your neck does not affect it. So it's almost like, hey, there is a weapon that you have or a particular tool and there's a charged up state. And in a charged up state, you have to handle it with care, right? You have to know how your body acts in a charged up state,
Right.
because otherwise you're going to lose it. That's why you stabbed Uncle
Absolutely.
Bob. That's why you're freezing in front of the crowd, because you don't know how the body acts in a charged up state. And a lot of things. Let's say we take it to, let's say we just got, I mean, we're freewheeling over there. So let's go to rites of passage, right? And you may already
Yes.
see the connection, right? These are ways in which men, especially because they have to go out there, they have to hunt, they have to deal with the physical environment and also deal with their body, either failing them or whatever, right? Many of these things that have to do with tests of strength, will, pain, and so on and so forth have to do with this very mechanism of learning how your weapon, your body, your spaceship, your machine, your vehicle operates at heightened states of awareness, pain, adrenaline, so on and so forth.
Yes.
So you're not a BAN in regular situations, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
so
Exactly
you're
right.
not a BA. So you're like, you know what? Been there, done that. Oh yeah, heart rate's gonna go up. Oh yeah, this is gonna happen, but I'm ready. Just like the sniper. The sniper gets in. Okay, I'm ready. All this stuff, adrenaline is shooting through my veins, but my breathing is controlled because I've been there, done that. So,
Absolutely.
anyways, it's an interesting. I don't know if you want to open up the panel now or anything, but I think that the idea that critical thinking is super important, and it causes, the lack thereof causes many problems in our life. True. how do we overcome the problems? It's not a question of learning how to think, okay? Because these things that cause silly problems in our lives are simple questions. Don't stab Uncle Bob, for example, right? It's not complicated, right? So what tends to be the issue? The issue are these, let's just call them psychosocial and emotional barriers to actually using your mind, right?
Yes.
Because
Give me 1 second. I want to talk to you a little bit about how meditation plays into this, and then I'm going to open the chat. I see some people down here, so I'm going to bring them up in a second, but I want to hear from you just a little bit about maybe how meditation can help play in, well, how meditation plays into this real-time thinking and some of the obstacles that spring up when we try to do this. First, let me just shout out very quickly some of the super chats. Really want to thank Solomon Kanar. I think you guys don't know who Solomon is, man. Solomon's been supporting me since I had like 6 subscribers way back last year. So thank you so much, Solomon. Really, really appreciate that. Also got my man Negro. It's hard to say this name. Negro Ranamy. Am I saying that correctly? Negro Ranamy. That is a real name right there. Let me see if I can pull it up. Says this conversation is deep. Thanks, Ike. Yes, whenever we can get Ike here on the platform, it is a big, big coup for us because I'm telling you, he is the #1 intellectual in this sector. He's the #1. He's at the top. And we got Go Pecta. Thank you so much with the pounds. Go Pecta with the pounds. Thank you so much, Go Pecta. Thank you for supporting us. I know we're not really slinging any mud or anything like that, but I also think that this type of conversation has its place. Oh, and big shout out to Bed-Stuy BK. Supported me at the last stream too, generously, and now with this super generous super chat. Thank you so much, Bed-Stuy BK. Says, welcome, Ike, and your thoughtful conversation. Thank you, the lead attorney, for inviting him. Thank you. Thank you not only for supporting me, now and in the past. Your support is super generous, Bed-Stuy BK, but also thank you for this comment, right? Sometimes YouTube doesn't appreciate, doesn't want these types of conversations to take place. Certainly doesn't give these types of conversations priority, right? Certainly doesn't reward them, but we still need to do them because they're important. We need to see more Black men talking about some real issues, as opposed to just offering to box somebody, and then when they say okay, we start running back, right? And then we go to the gun range. It's ridiculous. So thank you so much, Bed-Stuy BK, for your support, your continued support of me, this channel, and this conversation. Really, really appreciate that. So I'm going to drop the link, but before that, though, whoever wants to come up, you're certainly welcome. But before that, I just want to get a quick take on Ike's view of the efficacy, the importance of meditation, and how that relates to thinking in real time.
Very good, very good. So if we go back to that Thanksgiving table, or if we go back to that stage where you have stage fright, or if you go back to all these situations whereby you're driving and you're clenching your teeth and grabbing the steering wheel and things are going on in your head. You're driving for miles and you don't even know that you were driving for miles because you're just thinking about how pissed off you are at your mom, or how pissed off you are at your particular position in life. You're not getting the out, whatever it may be. If you go into those situations and you ask yourself, what is going on there? How did you lose control? What does the loss of control look like? Well, you can simply put it in this way. There are things that happen in your body. We mentioned before, let's say the constricting of your chest and the neck. There is the raising of the temperature. There's the raising of the heart rate and the blood pressure, right? Those things happen in your body and they feel like something. So there are feelings that happen, okay, that will come to you, okay? And then there are going to be images in your head and talk in your head that will immediately flash at you. Let's say it be anger, for example, okay?
Yes.
The idea is to become very, very cognizant through concentration, right? And this is how meditation works. Meditation is the development of concentration, sensory clarity, right? To be able to clearly sense that this is heart rate up, temperature going up, noises happening in my ear, okay, that kind of a thing. And also equanimity, the ability to relax, the ability to be that sniper, the ability to be the swimmer floating, right?
Yes.
So the capacities that you're trying to develop are capacities of, again, concentration, sensory clarity, and equanimity vis-a-vis the feelings that come up in your body, and then the image and the talk that come up in your head. Because again, it was a feeling in your body that caused you to stand up and flip the table over in the Thanksgiving thing, right? And it was a feeling in your body that caused you to clench, right? Or to do those, all these things that we do. It's a feeling, and it manifests itself as a feeling. And then we said earlier already that we want to become used to the body and all its modes when it's charged up and so on and so forth. And meditation is a way of formally learning how to observe the body. So let me put them in more like, because if you want to improve your biceps, right, there are 4 more ways of exercising your biceps, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to improve your memory, you got to use your memory. You want to improve your cardiovascular, you got to use your cardiovascular. Basically, the biological system says, hey, work it, stress it, use it, it improves. Don't use it, it's a use it or lose it proposition, right? You get the idea. Same thing with the ability to develop concentration, right? Because again, we got to remember, what are we trying to do? We're trying to watch that feeling in the body happen so it doesn't fool us, so we don't stab Uncle Bob. Exactly. And the idea is we need concentration to watch the feeling happen. And how do we develop anything? We formally use it. So meditation is the formal use of concentration, the formal use of relaxation, the formal use of sensory clarity, so that you develop those capacities. And when you develop those capacities and you're used to how your breathing works, because you've done so much breathing exercises, and now you can control it, you can see it, you have the concentration and the relaxation in real time, and you're in the zone, you can just watch Uncle Bob say what he says, and you can watch yourself get angry about it. But now there's almost like a third person that watches. As opposed to you getting up, flipping the table, and stabbing Uncle Bob, it seems like we can rewind the movie, and now you go meditate, and then you come back, and now you're watching heart rate going up and all these things happening, but you just sit there and you sip your wine.
That is exactly right. And I think it's so important to underscore that really meditation is not going to prevent these types of biological reactions. It can certainly help reduce them. Guys, it can be some of you may be driving around and someone cut you off. 5 hours later, you're still steaming. Right? Now, if someone cuts you off at 65 miles an hour, you will absolutely have a biological reaction. But the difference is, with meditation, you might reduce that 5-hour steaming episode to 15 minutes or even 5 minutes or even 1 minute. Right? So even though the meditation is not going to eliminate the stress, it can absolutely help reduce it. It's very, very important. So thank you so much. This is deep, and we're going to continue to talk about this. I want to open up the channel. Let me give a big shout out to Blind Guy, his wife, their life. Excellent content creators. I emailed you guys if you want to check your email. Not right now, of course, but or whenever, right? Actually, now might be a good time. And thank you so much for your generous super chat and for always moderating, doing an excellent job. All right, let me bring up some brothers. I guess we're gonna do this one at a time here. Let's bring up Before the Billions. Before the Billions, how are you doing?
Doing well. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing today?
Doing well. I apologize. I'm struggle streaming at the moment. I'm at my mom's house. I'm just helping her out with some stuff. So
no problem. Are you a YouTuber?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why don't you shout your YouTube channel out?
What's up, everybody? This is William from Before the Billions. I am a data engineer, and my channel is geared towards talking about how you can get into the tech industry, and also about motivation, and also helping out our community in order to get into the tech industry and also become a data engineer like me. Yes, if you want to.
Excellent. So we got a data engineer, and then Ike, what is the title that you like to use to kind of describe your profession?
Oh, I'm a structural engineer. That's
structural engineer. Okay, so we got two engineers and an attorney, right? So No one talk about math, because then I can't do 2 plus 2. All right, before the billions, we're talking about meditation. We're talking about critical thinking. We're talking about collectivism versus individualism. But really, this is an open mat, right? You can talk to us about anything. If you want, even if it's engineering related. If you wanted to ask Ike anything, kind of what's on your mind.
Yes, sir. So, Ike, I do have I did listen to what you're saying, and something that really stood out to me was about your public speaking comment. And I really appreciate that you brought that up, because I'm a member of Toastmasters. And so I do a lot of public speaking. I've been doing it for over 3 years now. And I'm also I also do the actual running of the meetings, and also doing competitions as well. So I can agree that even doing YouTube, the lead attorney actually helped me out tremendously when I went on his channel. And then I was like, okay, I'm nervous, but I still have this public speaking background. Let me go ahead and at least get through all the nervousness that I'm going through, just to even come up and speak to him. And shout out to the lead attorney, because he's like one of those kind of people who's easy to talk to, at least in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
So, also I have been seeing you a lot. I'm subscribed to you as well on your channel.
Perfect.
And I was seeing you ever since Kevin Samuel shouted you out in your music. So I was like, okay, I gotta check out his page. So I really do enjoy your content as well. But also, lead attorney, there is something I wanted to ask you as well.
Yes.
So this is in regards to the Anton Daniels and Mr. Locario conversation, which I was kind of in for a little while. But
it was a long conversation.
Yeah, no, right? I was in the beginning. I couldn't stay on for too long. I couldn't really add too much to it, because they were just kind of going back and forth.
Right.
But what I wanted to say is, what I wanted to ask is for Mr. Locario, let's say if he's living this polyamorous lifestyle, right? And then let's just say, like, if for whatever reason, like his wife gets pregnant from another man, would it then be his responsibility, since that is his wife, to take care of the child if they do decide to continue with having that child?
Yeah, that's an absolutely fantastic question. Give me 1 second here. Let me shout out. I'm going to mute you because your sound is a little. Oh, thank you. Shout out to Jay Parra, says sending my tithe to the family, getting ourselves on point. Yes, every evening, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and to the counselor. Thank you so much, Jay. Thank you so much, Jay. Really appreciate it. And then we got my man Trap Politics TV with the super generous $15 super chat. Thank you so much, Trap Politics. Says I'm and Ike, this is a question for you, so I'm going to answer. Before the billions. I don't know if Ike, you can notate this. Says I meditate every day, but it seems that I need to meditate more throughout the day. How do I acquire a regular state of tranquility? So this kind of almost seems to me that he's like, listen, I meditate, but it takes time. When am I going to get to the point that I get the same benefits from meditating without having to meditate? When do I adjust? Right? When am I good without this, this time sucking meditation? Right. So I want to let you answer that in 1 second. But the question that Before the Billions asked is a very good question. And this goes to the instability of the situation. Just like you said, Before the Billions, if Mr. Locario is married and his wife winds up pregnant, that most states are going to consider that his child legally, right? So each state is a little different. And, as long as he didn't sign the birth certificate, there could be depending on the state, of course, but I'm sure there's a way for him not to sign the birth certificate, for him to take a paternity test, go to court, or at least for the mother to put the correct man on child support. And then it becomes that man's obligation to go to court and get the DNA test to prove whether or not it's his child. And once the DNA test comes back, it can be filed into court, and the judge can put that man on child support and acknowledge that it's his child, even though the parties are still married. And honestly, this happens a lot. You guys don't ever hear about it because it's never on the news. You know, these black women ain't gonna tell you, these white women ain't gonna tell you. But infidelity happens all the time, and a lot of women stay. More women than you would imagine stay. Because if you ask a woman, every single, no, I would never, no, what? Cheat on me, I'm gone that same day. Really, it's cheat on me, he's gone that same day, right? And it's just not true. In some cases, of course, it is. And listen, if you're talking about a 6-month marriage, you know, it's more true than not. But if you're talking about a 10-year marriage, a 12-year marriage, there's so many infidelities that happen. And every now and then a kid will pop up where the wife does not want to abort. Now, I would imagine in Mr. Locario's situation, they would take care of that situation. But, you know, every now and then when there's these conservatives, you know, and it's like, listen, I don't believe in termination, and they're in this situation. So it really is, that's a really great question. If they did nothing, then that would legally be Mr. Locario's child. But I would imagine the mother would take steps to put child support on the correct father, and it would be the correct father's responsibility to either dispute or accept paternity of the child, and then they would go from there. But that's a very great point, a very great question. Before the Billions, I want you to still stay on, but let me jump to Ike right quick about this question that Trap Politics TV commented, which is a very insightful question. Say, listen, I meditate every day. I'm doing like I'm supposed to. All of the successful men and women, they all talk about how important meditation is. So I'm following in their footsteps, and I get some benefits. But honestly, I'm finding I'm having to meditate throughout the day. I've been meditating a while. Like, when is this going to stick? Right? What do you think about this question, Ike?
So there are a couple of things. Let's look at some other places, such as novelty, in terms of the new club, the new restaurant, the new whatever it may be, the new particular aesthetic pursuit that you're after, right? Also, let's look at skill level, right? When you level up to a certain skill, or when you get that next level of title, you know, you get that to that plateau, what tends to happen? You get used to it. So let me take a step back and relate it to what I mean here. You are improving your skill of concentration, sensory clarity, and equanimity, and so on and so forth. And perhaps the first time after you meditated, you're like, I kind of feel like the afterglow going through. But guess what? The body and it's not my fault, okay? The universe and the way it works, okay, wants to bring you down to an energetic state that is it wants to normalize things. So that new level that you're at, whether it be when it aesthetic pursuit wise, or shall we say exercise wise or whatever, becomes normal. So just like any other kind of exercise, when you've reached a certain level, you're not always going to be feeling like, oh, I feel like, you know, that's just going to be now your new normal. And your body will go down to it, because you don't want to be in a state where you're with heightened energy, like a state of heightened alert, which tends to be the case after you just level up. When you just level up in any skill, or again, when you go to that $2,000 a night hotel for the first time, right? It's going to be woo. But then when it's every night, it's not anything anymore. The hotel did not leave. The gains from your meditation did not leave. Okay. Because there's a separate question as to, you know, how rigorous you are at the gym or at your meditation and so on and so forth. But the gains from your meditation did not leave. The hotel did not leave. You just got used to it. Now you're on a different level and you got to level up. And the way the universe works is also and I hate using this term universe. I know I keep on using it because I know it's universally applicable, you know, in the sense that it's both physics and biological systems. There's this other entropy part too, which means that just to maintain, you got to keep paddling. Otherwise, you go backwards, just like with your muscles at the gym and so on and so forth. Like, when am I going to become Superman? It's like, well, we can work a Superman program, but just to maintain, you still got to keep on going to the gym. So that's kind of the thing. But I think that the novelty aspect is key, in the sense that, no, you are making gains, but now you're just used to the gains. You're used to driving this fast now. It's no longer fun anymore. And I'm like, well, I want the new rush, chasing the dragon, if you will, right?
Yeah. So maybe if someone would have cut you off before you started meditating, you would have steamed about that for 5 hours. But you've been meditating for, let's say, a month now, so maybe you got it down to 3.
Exactly.
Right. And so you're still, in this 3-hour period, but you don't recognize that you've knocked 2 whole hours off of it. Right. And you meditate 6 more months, you might get it down to 10 minutes. But I think Ike is right. First of all, and like we were talking about, let's say 20 minutes ago, you're always gonna, if there's a stressor upon you, you're always gonna feel a certain way about it initially, and that's a good thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to touch a hot stove and just be like, oh, I'm so calm, right? You don't want someone to jump out in front of you because they're driving while they're texting, and time doesn't slow down in your mind to give you an extra second, a perceived extra second to react. So you want that biological stress, but once the event is over, you would like the stress to dissipate as quickly as possible. And then we have a follow-up question, and thank you so much for that. That was an excellent question. We got a follow-up question for Vaughn. Vaughn Bryan says, question for Ike: how do you deal with distracting sounds while meditating? I saw something last year about the quietest room in the world, and these scientists had made the quietest room, and they were saying that
it's quite uncomfortable.
Yes,
anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
That's what they were saying, that most people can't stay in it, because you would even hear like the clicking of the saliva in your mouth. Like you would hear your blinking, you could hear your heartbeat, and it's totally unnerving, right? Yeah. And that's in the quietest room, which none of us have. And so, and when, the dog's barking, the chirping, the air conditioner cuts on and off, the fan, you got the ambulance out there, the fire truck. How do you deal with all these distracting sounds?
So let me go back to the analogy of exercise, because meditation is a different kind of exercise. You're developing capacities which are in the realm of concentration and sensory clarity and relaxation, right? So here's the thing: different people have different, shall we say, capacities. Let's say it's cardio, right? Some people like to play tennis. Some people like to run, for example. So you're either a runner or you're not. Like some people just hate running, okay? So it's going to be tough for you to deal with certain, shall we say, resistance, forms of exercise. So noise may be your particular thing, where it's like, and some other people are like, oh, I can meditate in the middle of, tornado in World War III, that kind of a thing. And what they're saying is not woo. They're just saying, it's just like saying, well, this person is Usain Bolt and this other person is Mark Phelps. They have different makeups, and they which gives them advantage in different kinds of regards. But both of them can exercise this thing called cardiovascular strength. Okay, so basically what I do is this. For me, okay, because my thing is to kind of be very in touch with my body, the senses, right? So breathing is my main one. Some people like to listen to chants, for example, and so on, but that's not really my thing. Some people like to listen to, anyways, let me take it back. In other words, there's tennis, there's soccer, there's running, there's swimming, but these things all work cardiovascular. In the same way, you can work with from the body, the breathing and the feeling of the senses in the body, and so on and so forth, or you can work with, as I said, there are other things such as image in the head and talk in the head. And also the body has 5 senses, right? Where you can sit down, or you can actually use external senses, like, focusing on a candle, for example, that develops a concentration, right? And also relaxation, because you got to relax it and so on. Concentration and relaxation work together. They snowball, by the way, and that's what we call being in the zone. When you're in the zone, you're very relaxed, right? But you're also hyper-focused, hyper-concentrated, and you're shooting that free throw, and it's all net. And there's not a tense muscle in your body, with the exceptions of the muscles that are required to perform the action. So the point is this: you're going to have difficulties with certain regards, with certain aspects. In your case, it's the sound thing. So what I do is I will focus more on breathing exercises, maybe like yoga poses, to kind of focus away. Because what you're trying to do, take attention away from noise to, I feel my body, I have to take a deep breath, or I have to hold this pose, that kind of thing. That's what you're trying to do. There's a certain amount of concentration that you have, right? And if you pay attention to, it's almost like, oh, that movie, Major Pain. Someone got shot, and they're like, oh, well, you want to get your mind off the pain? And then he broke his finger, and it's like, my finger, It's like, you can only focus on so many things. This is true. And when you meditate, you start finding out that you can literally take the focus from inside your body and focus it externally, and it'll calm you down.
Yeah.
In other words, rather than listening to the voice in your head, you just start listening to the sound of the traffic. You start listening to the sound of the air conditioning in the room, so you don't get in your head and, you know, choke the judge, for example. You start getting other input from your other sensory input. Anyways, I may have said a little bit too much, but let me just wrap it up by what the salient point was there, which is that there are different access points. In this case, you have sound, sight, body feelings, and so on and so forth, with which to practice concentration and so on. And if you're deficient in one, you just kind of lean on the other ones, is the main idea here.
Salute. That's awesome. Shout out to we got the one and only Donovan Sharp in the house. Shout out to Donovan, a stalwart. My man was a brick wall. He was a brick wall talking to Jen yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that, you know, and talking about thinking, real-time critical thinking, a man who did not allow himself to be distracted by ever increasing name calling, right? And, you know, Jen kind of went to the nuclear option, and Donovan didn't even blink. So she did not get the reaction that she wanted, even though when he was calling her just, you know, sweetie and cutie pie, she was totally off of her center, right? So this is maybe, I know you hear in a lot of the red pill community about stoicism and staying centered, staying in your place. And Donovan was an excellent example of that. So shout out to Donovan. Shout out to T Riddler. Thank you so much, T Riddler. Says, look at Big Ike with the gold beard. Happy to see this collab. Shout out to you, the lead attorney. Thank you so much, T Riddler, for supporting the stream and supporting me in the channel. Really, really appreciate it. All right. Before the billions, did you have any follow-up questions, or was that kind of good for you?
I do have some follow-up questions. So
yes, sir. Give me 1 second. And also, your sound doesn't sound so good before the billions, but give me 1 second. Let me get this one too. Shout out to Ahmed Ismail. Religion helps when it comes to meditation. Interesting. There is nothing like prayer for meditation 5 times a day, and it is very peaceful from dawn to dusk. This is interesting because I never really thought about the connection between prayer and meditation. And I'm almost wondering if at times they're not kind of one and the same thing. What do you think about the relationship between prayer and meditation? This is an excellent observation, Ahmed. What do you think about that?
Yeah, and I don't know if perhaps we can. I'm sorry. What's the name of?
Yeah, it's Ahmed Ismail, I believe.
Okay. And by the way, you were asking if there was a follow-up question as well for him, because perhaps I could hold this and we can have get the follow-up question.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Yes, his sound was a little before the billions.
Does it sound better?
No, it's very clicky.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so let's
ask the question right quick, but I wanted to ask Ike. Can you tell us your story on how we can become successful in business, such as yourself?
Okay, so
y'all are getting all the goods now. Ike's gonna need to start a course. He's gonna need to start a $7,000 course like Mr. Locario.
Right. Let's talk that money. Great. Okay, no, that's a great question, and I've noted it down. So let me let's look at this religion and, shall we say, prayer. Now, what prayer tends to be, especially when it's formal prayer, when it's ritual prayer. As a matter of fact, any ritualistic behavior, meaning it's something that you do with a certain cadence, you know, every day, every morning, 5 times a day, whatever it may be, that kind of a thing, and you repeat certain things. What it tends to do is it tends to be a way of, it's a point of focus in your life, okay? It is a centering activity. And beyond that, beyond the broad context that I just said, is that in the moment, okay, while you're doing that prayer thing, there is by definition a concentration that is required of you, okay? So in that sense, it is formal use of concentration, sensory clarity, and there is a sense, because we know that in order to be serious about things, right? And this is the most serious thing, the most serious question we're asking here, or the most serious thing we're encountering, which is our existence, God, the nature of the good and the evil, so on and so forth, right? That's because these are the realms, or this is what religion consists in, if you will, right? So with regards to the highest things, we know that in order to exercise critical thinking in real time in those things, we need to bring down these barriers, right? And even whether it's like the things such as, you wash yourself, you wash your hands and so on and so forth before you pray 5 times, if you're a Muslim, for example. These things are all symbolic and will guide even the person who's not thinking actively about it towards the same state that the person who is more actively thinking about the fact that they're going to go into a place of concentration now is. They will attenuate towards more or less towards the same state, because they're both thinking about the highest things, and they know that they have to bring concentration to bear. And this is formal use of concentration, right? So these are, in other words, also, each religion tends to have its own monastic, shall we say, sect, the people whom take asceticism to the next level. So not only the Buddhists have monks, is basically what I'm saying, right? You have the Christian monks, or all kinds of people whom you may have the whirling dervishes, or people who practice Sufi Islam, things that are more on the spiritual end of religions, things that are more on, shall we say, the practical end of religions too, like where you actually go and it manifests itself in your lifestyle, in the oath of poverty, so on and so forth. All these things are there to make sure that you are able to master your body machine, right? So that is the relationship between all of this, right? So that'll be my commentary on that. And then I may answer the whole business thing, or you may want to say something else before we get there. I don't know.
No, I'm good. I'm listening. Before the billions, did you have any? And give me one second.
I'm going to answer the business one for before the billions. I haven't answered that yet, but go ahead.
Okay, let me just give a big shout out to Beautiful Lies. Beautiful Lies, I sent you an email, by the way. Shout out to the lead attorney and Big Ike. Glad to see brothers collaborating instead of beefing, right? Keep doing your thing, fellas. Thank you so much, El Guapo. El Guapo has a YouTube channel called Beautiful Lies. If you try to find it, it will be difficult because the white man hating on them. You should put in Beautiful Lives channel, right? Put in Beautiful Lives channel. Please go over there and support this brother. This is another one, a deep thinker, has excellent things to say. He taught men how to fly F-16s in the Air Force. This is a man who has been a leader of men. And so not only has he been extremely successful in life, in his personal life, he has his fiance now who is beautiful and super supportive of him. He is also very successful in business, as well as he's shown an amazing amount of leadership. And this is a Black man who has a YouTube channel. So this is absolutely the type of person that we want to support. So thank you so much for your super generous super chat, Beautiful Eyes. And please, please, guys, go over and support him. I am subscribed over there. Guys, I don't really send you, when I give you a heartfelt recommendation like this, I don't ever send you to someone who I am not subscribed to. Now, if a random person comes on and say, hey, I got a YouTube channel, I'm gonna shout them out. But if I've never heard of them, I can absolutely vouch for Beautiful Eyes. In fact, just like Ike is on my show, Beautiful Eyes, El Guapo has been, we have had a dedicated collab on this show, and everybody loved it. He's been on my show numerous times. He's a huge supporter of the lead attorney. He has supported me super graciously and with a huge open heart. So this is absolutely a Black man that we want to get behind. This is not like some of these other Black men that we've seen recently, threatening to box people, and then when that threat is accepted, they're running to the gun store. No, this is a man with integrity. So thank you so much, Beautiful Eyes, El Guapo. Please, guys, go check him out. Also, let me just get really quickly, my man, the Affy Kingdom podcast. Y'all go check that out. What is the Affy Kingdom podcast? Salute, bro, new sub. Here to support my brother Ike. Positive energy to the chat. Thank you, guys. Please go support Ike. Please, you hear him talk. This ain't just me. The proof is in the pudding. Please go subscribe to this man. I promise you, if we were talking about Fresh and Fit wussing out on their attempted boxing match, there would be 2,000 people in this chat. But there's 400 because you got brothers in suits and ties talking about real shit, right? So please, let's support this. It is an injustice in this community that there are 400 people here. But I'll tell you what, the 400 people here are real ones. All right, the 400 people here are real ones. So please, let's support each other. Thank you so much, Alpha Kingdom, for supporting not only myself and with your super chat and this comment, but also subscribing to Ike. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then we got one more, another generous one. Atlanta Yardy. What is that? Yardy is like Jamaican, right? I don't know I hope that's right. I don't mean to get canceled. I think Yardy is related to Jamaica. I don't see that when I start talking about anything. I don't know, guys. Is that racist? But I recognize Atlanta. Shout out to Atlanta, guys. I'm from Atlanta. I'm from Decatur, Georgia. Shout out to the deck. So thank you so much, Atlanta Yardy, for also this super generous super chat. I really, really appreciate that. And let's look at him. No comment, no question, just pure love. So thank you so much for the support, Yardy. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, Ike, I'm not sure if you remember before I rudely cut you off where you were at.
Yeah, there was a question about that.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Let me just, Jesus Christ. Y'all don't know Cool G's Heating and Air. Geez, man. Thank you so. Cool G's Heating and Air, guys, sponsored a whole live stream. A whole live stream, was so generous with me. And, I don't want to go into my story about, how I was quitting YouTube and things of that nature. I found it so hard to make a damn video and I was doing everything wrong. And I never anticipated that by staying on this path and getting some huge help from O'Shea Duke Jackson, that I would develop a community where people like Cool G's Heating and Air would support me so much. And I love all of y'all support, even the ones who are just in the chat. I appreciate it. But I do want to especially acknowledge when someone steps up and just knocks it out of the park, like supports me way above and beyond what I deserve. And Cool G's Heating and Air has done that on so many occasions, supported me when my live stream did not merit it, right? So thank you so much, Cool G's Heating and Air. I absolutely appreciate this, especially you supporting this stream. It's one thing if you support a stream, guys, and we're talking about Fresh and Fit. I appreciate that. But this stream means so much to me because you have black men in suit and ties and we're getting after it, talking about real stuff, not, just, two brothers, showing no accountability. Not a shot at them. I mean, they have an excellent YouTube channel. I am in awe of it. I have no idea how I could do what they're doing. So I don't want to come down on them too hard, but it is a bad look for brothers. Over here, you are seeing an excellent look for brothers. Ain't nobody trying to fight each other. We are putting our heads together and coming up with real solutions, coming up with real ideas, real concepts that can help us, right? Talking about meditation, something that we need more in this community so that things don't pop off. If the fit guy knew how to meditate, we would not be in this situation where somebody's now running to a gun store, right? If we have more of that real-time critical thinking. Having said that, I really, really appreciate you, Cool G's Heating and Air, not only sponsoring that live stream and supporting me and numerous others, but this one especially. This one especially. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then one more. Got my man TJZ25, also a man who has supported me numerous times in the past. And for you to support me on this stream as well, TJZ25, it means the world to me. It's a super generous super chat. And I am appreciative not only of the support here, but also of the support, all the support that you've given me in the past. Thank you. And all your great comments as well, but especially supporting this stream. What does TJZ25 say? Keep up the good work, LA. And of course, Cool G's Heating and Air. Awesome show. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that, Ike. I do always want to
Not
take
a
a minute.
problem.
I appreciate
Not
that.
a problem. Gotta run the show. You got a show to run. So there was a question about business, right? And but first of all, yeah, Afi Kingdom also has a YouTube channel. If you guys can, search out Afi Kingdom podcast, and he's
Yes.
a fellow Bay Area dweller out here in
Oh,
California,
okay.
San
That's the
Francisco
Bay Area. Okay, fantastic. Shout out and thank you so much again for your support. And thank you, Ike, for underscoring that. I appreciate that.
So business success. Okay, so I obviously, right? It's like, oh well, I'm going to give it to you in 2 seconds, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
business, the condensed version, right?
The condensed version. Okay, the pamphlet. Two areas mainly that you got to look at, broadly speaking, and then we'll touch upon them. Okay, first of all, you got to get the mental aspect right. What's the mental aspect? Here's what you don't want to look at the world. You want to look at the world as though you were Mario, okay, in a Mario Brothers game. Okay, we all know that game, right? There's fireballs and turtles and little piranha plants. They're coming at you. But Mario can jump, he can move, he can swim, you can duck, you can dive, you can use the environment. In other words, this is the essence of the growth mindset. The growth mindset says that the world is a place where you have a say. That yes, there's fireballs coming at me, there's this, there's that, these crazy turtles. All that stuff is happening, true, granted. Yes, there are historical injustices. Yes, there are disadvantages. Yes, so on and so forth, right? However, I have a say. I can make a move, because the opposite is to have that quote unquote what they call fixed mindset, which says, oh, this is the story, the beginning, the middle, and the end. It's already been predetermined. It's already been told. There's nothing I can do about it. Best I can do is sit with people and do kumbaya, talk hotep. Now, I'm not talking about no shout out to anyone kumbaya or hoteping. It's just that those things are often used as excuses. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with any of those kinds of things, but it typically used as excuses, a story that is told about why you cannot move anything. But no, rather say, hey, they're enemies, okay? There's Bowser out there, there are the turtles, there's fireballs, and so on and so forth, but I can jump, I can move, I can swim. So this is the mental aspect. I don't know, it seems like you wanted to say something, the lead.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I wanted to thank Charles Finley for subscribing to you, so I just gave him the thumbs up. So I was trying not to interrupt you, and that is exactly what happened.
All good, all good. I'll hop back right on it. So that's the mental aspect, the condensed version of I said there are two things you got to take care of. You got to take care of the mental aspect. The mental aspect, first of all, is you got to look at the world as a forum for action. And the reason why, in other words, don't just look at this as though it was something simple. Because if it was very simple and like, okay, it sounds like a cliche, then I wouldn't be emphasizing it so much. In other words, you have to really look at the world as a place where you can do something and it matters. It works, okay? You can push and pull, you can move, you can negotiate, you can bribe, you can steal. You can do something, right? And that is important, because not having that is the beginning of everything not working out, okay? Yeah. Then secondly, on the other end, basically skill up. Okay. Now I know all about, you want to sell something, you have this idea, right? Everybody wants to be the idea man. Everybody wants to have the $1 billion idea. But guess what? It's like saying, I want to be Stephen King. There's only one Stephen King. There's only one Stevie Wonder too. All these kinds of things when it comes to, oh, I'm going to be some kind of a genius in some particular, I'm going to revolutionize something or something like that, either in being arts, entertainment, or technology. Yes, sure. Maybe you will be the next Mark Zuckerberg, but how many of those are they, right? That is kind of a, so I'm saying, while pursuing perhaps your Mark Zuckerberg dreams, or if you're so confident that, you know what, I'm Einstein, I'm going to be the next Einstein, I'm going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg, more power to you. I'm not stopping that guy. What I'm saying is this: skills are the main thing. So let's just take, for example, okay, you started from nothing. Okay, you're 18 years old right now. Community college, some kind of trades program. You're an electrician. Okay, they put you through the working and also going to school at the same time, such that in about 18 months to 2 years, you've gathered experience plus certain certifications. Okay, now you have a real skill. Okay, yes, you can still side hustle, you can still do forex and trade crypto and all that, fine, but you have something that you can go into the marketplace with and pull funds out of people's pocket because they need it. They need the electrician, they need the plumber. So whether it be a soft skill, or white collar skill, which is a longer route, right? You can go the lead attorney route, right? It's a longer route, right? You got to go to college and you do that, or you can go the shorter route of like, I'm just gonna get this electrician skill. But then guess what? Once you get that skill, immediately get the certification such that you can then apply that. You can put up your shingle. You can start to practice by yourself. So in my world, for example, after I got the engineering skill, got the masters and so on and so forth. Okay, fine. I immediately got the license to practice engineering, which I have in 3 states, California, Washington, and Oregon, right? Same thing with, lead attorney, I'm sure you would agree, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also if you're an electrician, you got that electrician thing, make sure you're not just working for somebody, but you get whatever the certification is that the local authority having jurisdiction, the government, the county, whatever it is, they say, pass this test or pay this fee and you too can practice, immediately get that. And then immediately start doing that in the weekends, right?
Yeah.
Point is, and then that could be what I just told you, could be the beginnings of the next $1 billion electric company that works on all the latest nuclear power plants and blah, blah, blah. In other words, or it could be just another electric company that's, kind of, mid-range and so on and so forth, but you're comfortable. You can put 250 grand after taxes in your own personal, whatever, forget what the pipeline for your employees and so on and so forth. So again, to summarize, there are 2 areas. One is the mental part. The mental part can be summarized like this. You have to look at the world as a forum for action, not a place where things are already laid out and you can't do anything. Yes, there's the world out there. There are obstacles out there. But as I said, just like Mario, you can jump, you can swim, you can dock, you can punch, you can get a star. Like, good. The star is kind of like good luck, right? You get that star and you just kind of run through everything like, boom, oh, that was cool. How did that happen? I don't know. But you keep on going. So that's the mental aspect. And then the other side is get that skill and immediately make it such that you can immediately get into the marketplace, because that's where it's at. Because you don't want to be, because guess what? I'm an employer, right? So I'll talk as an employer. As an employer, I'm going to a client out there and I'm getting, the equivalent of, let's say, okay, $500 an hour for a job. Okay. I'm turning around and I'm paying somebody to do that job $50 an hour. Okay. How did that happen? It happened by that same story, because you got the skill, you then got the certification, you then started doing it in the weekends with your help of your cousin, and then you bought a truck, and then you started getting known in your community such that people come to you now and say, here's my electrician job, do it for me. And you turn around and you start hiring the next up and coming person. Say, hey, Junebug, want to make $50 an hour this weekend for a 3-hour job? Boom, you get $500 from the client per hour, right? You get $1,500, you give Junebug $150, the rest goes in your pocket. Why do you deserve that rest in your pocket? Because of that process, that whole story from the beginning to end. You set up that shop, and this is how you do it. Also, you can be working on that next $1 billion idea in the app and so on and so forth. So it does not preclude you from going the long shot route of becoming the next Stephen King or something. So I hope all that makes sense.
Absolutely. Shout out to the one and only Ike Ogiamian, dropping this business knowledge to the young bucks before the billions. Did you get all that? Did you take notes before the billions? Before the billions?
Still got audio. The white man still holding him back over there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The white man still got him. Still got him. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you so much for the billions. And again, guys, y'all see the name right there. Please go check this brother out. Data analyst, young brother doing his thing on YouTube. Please go check him out. Shout out to Before the Billions. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna pull up our next guest here. Our next guest, we got Pet Charles. Pet Charles, how you doing? Give me 1 second, Pet Charles. Let me take a big moment to salute the Geek Surgeon. Thank you so much, Geek Surgeon. Says, peace to the gods, the lead attorney Ike Ogiamian. Great to see the Maliks of the Manosphere unite. Yes, this is like our second or third collaboration. We're going to keep doing them. Shout out to Senior Red Lion. Says, keep up with the power lifting your brothers, Mr. Ike. Fresh and fit is necessary evil, for which only good will come out from both ends. Yes, hopefully. And y'all see him right here, Jason Hales. Thank you so much, Jason Hales. Thank you for your super generous super chat. What does Jason say? Says it's nice to be able to go somewhere and hear something other than content about dating. Facts. Like sometimes, just like before the billion said, like tell us about business, tell us about meditation, tell us how to succeed, tell us how to be successful, how to be happy. And it doesn't have to always be about gaming women, right? And trying to get as many one night stands as we can get, right? So shout out to you, Jason Hales. Totally agree. Thank you for that. Also here, let me just got Senior Red here. Give me Spoonks. Spoonks said, thank you so much, Ike. Spoonks1 says, thank you. This is excellent advice. So thank you so much, Spoonks. You are always supporting your boy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Always supporting me. Got Andrew Walker in the house. Andrew says, you guys are great to listen to. Pure positive vibes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Andre Walker. I see you down here too. You are up next. So really appreciate that. Got Bed-Stuy again for multiple supports for this stream. No comment, no question, just pure love. Thank you so much, Bed-Stuy BK. I really appreciate you. I appreciate everybody, but multiple super chats supporting this stream. It means so much to me because, again, I feel like this is something that we need to promote. Having our number one intellectual in this space. My words, not his. He's never gonna cop to that, but that's what he is. And so for us to support him and this stream and to get his knowledge out to us is absolutely amazing. So thank you so much. And then again, just got my man Before the Billions. What does Before the Billions say? I was struggle streaming. I have been there. I have absolutely been there. Before the Billion said struggle streaming. Thank you to Ike and the lead attorney. I need Jessica X to help me out with my audio. Yes, shout out to Jessica X. Jessica X was my tech support for so long when I was just learning how to stream. And she would come on my streams and answer all the questions in real time. Talk about real-time critical thinking. I had really outsourced my real-time critical thinking to her. And I would ask her questions and she helped me out on a few streams so much. So thank you so much to Jessica X. And although I do not think it will be necessary, let's just hear a few words really quickly from Jessica.
If you are coming up into the show, you are waiving your right to privacy. You are a willing participant of the show. The shows will stay up on YouTube, so do not come up unless you are willing to be part of the show. If you're not willing to, you're not comfortable with having yourself up here, do not come up. So again, disclaimer, if you want to be part of the show, you are waiving your right to privacy.
Shout out to Jessica X. Thank you so much for loaning me your voice. And when I say loaning, I stole it. Okay, but shout out to Jessica. But I don't think I'll need that. But there have been times when people come up here and then they try to get me to take the channel down. So thank you so much, Jessica, for that. And again, Before the Billions, my goodness, one more time. Says shout out to Super Chat Jesus. Mr. Ike, thank you for your tips on professional success. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Before the Billions. Always a brother. You will always be a brother to the show. All right, we got our man Pet Charles in the house. Pet Charles, how are you doing today, Pet Charles? Oh, give me 1 second. Can you unmute yourself? It looks like you're muted.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. And I'm really enjoying this wonderful conversation. I've been taking some notes, and I don't have a specific question, but I want to just summarize some observations I've made, not just on your show, but kind of looking at some of the issues going on YouTube, at least in some of mostly, well, I don't look just at Black content creators, but I look at general creators. And one of the things I want to touch on is this notion of critical thinking, which is what drew me to this particular stream. Mm-hmm. Critical thinking is something that comes with practice. This ability to kind of think on your feet and somebody poses something to you, and you have to anticipate where you think they're going, and sometimes you might make a guess or not, or sometimes you might be able to anticipate it, and you have to conduct some analysis and then perhaps make some inference. As attorneys, you guys probably know this a lot better than I.
Absolutely.
I read a joke where they say that in law, what they say, if the facts are on your side, pound the facts. If the law are on your side, pound the law. And if neither the law or facts are on your side, then you pound the table. And we have a lot of table pounding that goes on in these live stream. And what I notice on our people is a lot of times someone will make a point, or somebody will make a fact, a statement of fact that might be hurtful, and the other party is not able to come up with a counterfactual. So they launch immediately into ad hominem personal attacks against people they don't even know. And I don't know if people behave like that in real life, but I find that is really common on youth. I don't know if it's the keyboard warrior syndrome. I guess you guys, I'm not too familiar with the the fit and the Abba and preach dispute, but just from the statements that you guys have outlined, again, the idea that somebody would challenge somebody to a boxing match, and where they could turn that into a positive and make it win-win for everybody, do it like an exhibition, raise fund for a charity or something, and somebody decides to up the ante and try to go for a gun, that signals to me that there's some kind of compensatory posturing, some kind of compensatory masculinity. In other words, this guy figure, okay, maybe he wants to box because he feels that's where he has the comparative advantage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call him out in some place where I feel I got a comparative advantage, because I figure he probably isn't going to want to take me up, on the gun challenge, which, the whole thing is just so silly, because of course nobody in their rational mind would do that. Why would I want to take up a gun against somebody I don't even know? So that's just another observation I want to talk about, when I have some points written down here, is about meditation that I talked about. I engaged in meditation a little bit, and part of that was really because there was a point in my life when I was really stressed, and some friends recommended it to me in the context of Tai Chi, where I would get up early in the morning and do that kind of breathing from the diaphragm. And I found that helps me a lot when I get into tense situation, situation that might be stressful. After doing it for a while, within about 5 or 6 breaths, if that inhalations, again, my physiology kind of, my stress level goes down. And that came from, there's one thing I realized, and one thing I like about the lead attorney is how you handle people, quite frankly, who are vitriolic. That's a skill I am trying to learn a lot. I have learned that sometimes people don't know you at all, and they make a negative comment. Just a mean statement. And when I was much younger, I felt like I had to prove to everybody that I'm not like that. I'm not like the way that you're saying, and, engage in a long dispute. And then I realized as I got older that, if somebody is willing to say something about the lead attorney that is negative, and they don't even know him, right? I don't even know you, and I just make some negative statement about you. How useful is it, for you to try to even engage me and change my mind? Because I'm going to engage in cognitive dissonance. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to, skirt around the bush. I'm going to, do like Mercury. You can't put your finger on it when you attack, when you point out the fallacy. And I've seen it several times on your shows. Over another single show goes by where somebody doesn't call in, make a comment, right? And of course, you are an attorney, so you kind of go through interrogatories with them almost, and kind of walk them through their own and prove the internal inconsistency of their argument. And the minute you do that, of course, all that person has to do is say, you know what, you're right, I didn't see it that way. Thank you for pointing that out. No, instead of doing that, They shift on to something else. They have to be right. This notion that we absolutely have to be right is another observation that I've made on YouTube. And then I have some other notes I have here.
Okay. Do you have one more? Because
one more, one more,
okay.
and I'm done. One more.
Okay. Okay.
The fancy buzzword and catchphrase is, I guess, in psychology, is called the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is like a cognitive bias where low ability people overestimate their ability, for high ability. And that is another popular thing that I see, not just on your channel, but throughout. I mean, even in politics, it's just one of the traits of, of human being, one of our weaknesses. All of us suffer from that to some extent. So those are just some observations. I don't have any particular question at this time.
Thank you so much, Pet Charles. I certainly recognize you when you come up. You've been on my show numerous times. You always have excellent comments to say. And I'm going to give Ike a chance to comment on some of your comments, but I did want to thank you so much for coming up, Pet Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ike, I'm going to ask you to comment on anything that kind of stuck out in your mind. But before that, let me just really quickly, I don't know if I shouted this one out, but it never hurts to do them again. Also, first, before I do that, before I forget, let me shout out 2 Cash Apps. Thank you guys for the Cash Apps. We got Hip Hop Tax. That's a name of a business right there. Shout out to Hip Hop Tax. And then shout out to 1J Vic. 1J Vic. 1J VIC. Thank you so much, 1J Vic, and to Hip Hop Tax for the Cash Apps. Really appreciate it. Shout out to Rich T. What does Rich T say? Amazing content. Definitely will subscribe to Big Ike. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Please subscribe to Ike. It is an indictment. And forget about white people for a second. It is an indictment on our own community that when this man pressed enter to start his channel, he was not already awarded 100,000 subscribers, right? No man with his resume, no man with his intellect should have to trudge through the mud trying to get subscribers one by one, while other channels who are, talking about boxing matches, get 100,000 subscribers every 2 months. Not a shot at them because they worked hard and they invested in it. Fair enough. But come on, right? Come on, screaming at women, and Ike doesn't have 100,000. It talks that's pointing a finger at our own community, right? So please be a part. We talked about individualistic versus the collectivism. Please do something on an individual level to change that, and please subscribe to Ike. I'm subscribed to him. That we've done multiple collabs together, and we will continue to do them together, so that all of you get at least a little break from all of this mainstream clout chasing, and we can get some real nourishment, some real mental nourishment for our community. So thank you so much. Rich T says, amazing content. Definitely will subscribe to Big Ike. And let's change that will. Let's put it, because will, they taught me, and when I was in college, I was an English major. They said that was the future tense, right? Let's change that to the past tense. Definitely subscribed to Big Ike. Keep building, gentlemen. Fresh put himself in a lose-lose situation legally and strategically. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. So thank you so much, Rich T. Then we got my man Big Shot Ammo. Says, as a firearm instructor, we teach that you must be the innocent party and you can't be the aggressor. Fresh failed already, being the antagonistic. Yes. And I will totally co-sign that, being an attorney. You're absolutely right. And then we got Roland Curtis, the $20 super chat. Thank you for your generosity, Roland. Really appreciate that. Roland says, you guys saw it as the majority splitting, but I saw it as the bell curve having the women, big and small, in the middle with the men and the minority tail ends. Small women attacked 50 Cent because they're in the majority with the 300-pound girls. You guys saw it as the majority splitting, but I saw it as the bell curve. Do you understand this?
No, well, first of all, he's commenting on that thing that you talk about the 300-pound women, right?
Oh, with the 50s. Okay.
And people come and then they support. And then we said that that I used the example of the minority rule, which says that if a minority is vehement enough and loud enough, and vehement enough, the majority will they would turn majority things. And I use the kind of kosher soda example. But he's breaking it down further and saying,
oh, I get it now.
Break into more constituent parts and be like, well, this side over here, then the skinny one. So yeah, he's adding more now.
Yeah, he's like, okay, so the women are actually in the bale part, and then the men are out on the ends. That's deep. Shout out to Roland Curtis. Shout out to Roland Curtis. And it absolutely looked like that. It absolutely looked like that because he got deluged. And probably some of those women were not all 300 pounds, right? So absolutely, I totally see where you're coming from. And that's an interesting point. I had not considered that. So thank you so much, Roland, for that deep insight. Thank you. All right, let us bring up our man, Andrew. Andrew, how are you? Good. How are you doing, Andrew?
Fine. Sorry. Almost near my bedtime.
No, you're fine. I'm glad you stayed up a little bit to talk to us. What do you have what's on your mind?
Well, I spoke to you before. Good to see you, sir. Normally I'm not so disheveled, but I have to shave every 2 days, believe it or not. So.
I hear you. I just appreciate you coming on.
No, but I appreciate what you guys speak about business. Like I have a few endeavors of my own, and I've been blessed to have a lot of friends in various areas. Like I've come across people in entertainment, real estate, even politics. That's what I dabbled in over the years. So like my question to you is, like, I spoke to you once before, I guess, in a thing about trying to focus. Like if you start a YouTube channel, you can't talk about too many things at once. But you seem to master this though, because you speak into other topics and bring sense to it. Like I like the way you've actually become more assertive over time. So you're taking control of conversations, which is great.
Thank you.
My thing is, how you both gentlemen maybe help me with this. How do you center on what your strength is as an individual? Because I seem to be a person that's able to look at things and see where they connect and how they could join up to accomplish certain goals. I'm a kind of person that brings things together. I don't know how to benefit from it. I don't want to just be the catalyst.
Yeah. When you say you want to bring things together, what do you mean?
Like I want to do things that allow me to have a little benefit while unifying things. I don't want to leave myself out from certain connections at times. Like I could sit here and say, okay, I see A and B. I'm learning to use contracts more to make sure I put myself in the right position. Because I do real estate. That's what we do. Everything is in writing. But it's just to make sure that you put these connections that might not seem like it's hard to find your position in certain transactions. Like,
okay, so you're not just talking about YouTube. You're talking about the real world.
Yes, the real world itself. Yeah.
Okay, so I was thinking about the YouTube when you brought that up. So did you get that question, or do you need him kind of to repeat it?
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry,
yeah, because I think we got a little confused. So, what was your?
My thing is, my question is, how do we really bond connections as business people, even if it's out of our normal area of expertise? Like if you connect someone together, what do you do to make sure you're a part of the transactions when you connect people or do certain endeavors?
And because I think that was there a portion also for lead attorney? Because if I recall, you started out talking about his channel and how he was able to take control of conversation, so on and so forth. But anyways, I'll go ahead and I'll take this thing here at the tail end. When it comes to collaboration and network building and so on and so forth, the question to be asked here is, what does it get you, right?
Correct.
One is the kind of tit for tat, shall we say, mutual exchange. But you're saying, no, what if I don't have something necessarily that you want, right? We can't directly barter in this case. So, but how can we? So let's take, for example, there's the whole idea of supporting Black businesses, right?
Yes.
However, people want to support businesses that give them quality products, services, software that are going to be there on time, that's going to do what they say they're going to do. They want to be able to vet for that high quality. Okay. So there is even value in putting together something like a network, okay, of vetted professionals, right? whereby, you know, let's say, you know, you want to, and again, I'm just going to give you an example of how can you be external to a network in the sense that you're not the electrician that you're going to put in your network thing, or you're not the lead attorney or so on and so forth. Okay. But you see the value of, if I were to create a Yelp for Pan-African business, whatever, right? Whereby anyone in this network has been vetted internally and also has a system whereby they're being vetted and they have a rating system, let's say 5-star, so on and so forth. Okay. You can already begin to see the value of network building in that regard, right? Without you necessarily transacting one-on-one with any of these people, such that people can even sell such a site, let's say Yelp, for billions of dollars, right? So there is because if we could take a step back to, shall we say, we talked about group economics and group politics and so on and so forth, okay? There is value in the group economics, group politics level of operation. If you want to operate in that level, if you see levers there that you would like to pull, and if those levels will result in ends that you care about, right, then there is value in building these kinds of networks in places where there is a communication gap. And I just give an example of one. And in so doing, you're actually bringing value to a marketplace, and you're also allowing people to meet certain political ends, right? So in other words, that is kind of like my just general stab at the question. In other words, what are we getting out of networks, generally speaking? And if you're not doing this kind of mutual exchange of barter, where, you know, I'm not selling this to you and so on and so forth, but what would still be the need of a network? Well, there are these kinds of networks that people would like to have, but do not exist yet. I don't know of here's the Yelp of Pan-African business, all so on and so forth. I can know that if I land in Uganda tomorrow and I want to patronize a particular XYZ account and so on and so forth, this person has vetted them, right? So that's just an example of of how I would answer that question, if you will.
No, I know that helps a lot. Like, I have a scenario where I have an entity that has equity on one of these these networks that they have now. You know, like, I guess, like, you know, there's so many mediums of content, you know, that provide content these days. Sometimes they're through membership and they're attached to devices. I don't want to go say too much, but I have an entity that creates the content, check it at a target demographic. I'm bringing them together with the person. So what I've done before is I have an agreement with the person I'm bringing and the person that I'm bringing it to. So I don't think that's wrong to do that, as long as I position myself in these transactions. I know that's why I'm speaking to you, you know, as a counselor, because see, is that wrong to do that, or is that realistic?
You can. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know, it's absolutely realistic, but I can tell from the way that you're speaking, you know, that this is a very good opportunity, and you don't want to let too many cats out of the bag. And so it's hard for someone to tell you things specifically when they don't really know the details, right?
No. It's simple. It's basically content that's unique, that allows the person to attach them to, that could go into syndication. Very simple. Like, I'm a person that, like, if I speak to you privately and explain what I do sometimes, you'll better understand it. I've always been that person that if someone needs something, I could get it, or I'm attached to it. You name it, I'm there. So it's just like, it's just the way my life has always been. I've been very comfortable and blessed, you know, throughout my life.
Absolutely.
You know? So like, you know, I could say this much, like, when I went to get a mentor in entertainment, out of the 3 agencies, one of them that actually took me in turned out to be my cousin. Didn't realize it.
Wow, that's interesting.
So the time we finally met in person, I brought a picture. He said, "Oh, that's my Aunt Gloria and Uncle Arthur." I said, "I'm Andrew." He has a picture of me on his piano.
Wow.
He worked for a certain celebrity artist that passed away. He's big.
Wow.
I hang out. I go to Woodstock. My family has a property upstate. I go hang out at a place. Oh, my father's in a band. I'll tell you this one. The band happened to be P-Funk. So the second live concert I went to was at Parliament Funkadelic. Getting poked by Star Child with the stick. It's a whole funny thing, but I got to meet people.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome.
And like, you know, like for you, I guess, Mr. O, like, I went to school with Banky Wellington's sister. I happened to know Banky when he was going for American Idol. So I'm like, I could go on forever, but I've always had these middle people that I've met with. I'm that kind of person that I come across these people, whether it's on purpose or by accident.
Yeah,
so I'm that kind of person. So I said before, even when I want to turn away, they keep on coming to me. You name it, I've crossed with them.
I think that's awesome, Andrew. Shout out to Andrew. Yes, some of us are truly, truly blessed. Truly blessed. Well, thank you so much for coming
No,
up
good to
here,
see you
Andrew. Really
Listen,
appreciate you
keep the
supporting
show
the
up. I
show.
appreciate you guys, man. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, bye-bye.
The lead attorney. There's something something he just said, and also something the last gentleman said. You know, there were a few things the last gentleman put on the table, observations. Our friend from the island put on the table.
Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I
sorry.
want to get to no, it's no problem. Let me give a big shout out to James Jackson. Thank you so much, James Jackson. What is, guys, you supporting this stream, and it means so much to me. And you guys support me all the time, but this stream in particular, you know, I love the fact that there are 400 people in this stream. That's a lot of people to watch this. At the same time, I'm cognizant of the fact that if we were talking about Fresh and Fit, there would be 2,000. There would be 2,000 people here. So the 400, the 400 people here, these are the concentrated ones. These are the real ones. So for you to support this stream, it means so much to me. I'm telling you, I've been saying it since day one. One of the biggest indictments on this whole YouTube community is that this man right here doesn't have 100,000 off the rip minimum, 100,000 subscribers minimum, when he is the #1 intellectual in our sector. The #1, hands down, undisputed, right? So you guys supporting this stream, helping get the word out, you guys liking the video, sharing the video, I'm so appreciative of all of it. And then when somebody like James Jackson just steps up and just knocks it out the frame, I absolutely want to acknowledge that as well. So thank you so much, James Jackson. I really appreciate that. What does he say? I really appreciate combos like this. The world showed me that being intelligent isn't enough. Facts. But y'all give game and insight on things I could have bumped my head on otherwise. Yes. Really, that started out to be the whole point of my whole stream. I mean, not this stream, my whole channel. My whole channel is just to help guide men avoid some of the big pitfalls. We're all going to step in, a few cracks. It's life. But there are a lot of big pitfalls that we could easily guide ourselves around if someone just kind of gave us a little map. So you saying this, James, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, of course, so much for your generosity, but also your message, your content, your comment is so appropriate, and I appreciate both. So thank you so much, James Jackson. Got my man Charles Finley in the house. Charles Finley says, I'm glad you got your iPad there. Ike, there's a lot of writing. He says, Mr. Ike, how does someone overcome the fear of taking risk in business? There's fear. There's fear in taking risks. So that is definitely something we will come back to. We got the lovely little My Vivid Life. Shout out to My Vivid Life, one of my favorite young content creators. When I say young, I'm talking about the age of the channel like mine. We're both got these baby channels that we're trying to start up. And she is a beautiful and absolutely beautiful woman. Shout out to My Vivid Life. Beautiful inside and out. And the content that she makes is so wholesome. It's so thoughtful. She's not talking about any of this tea. She's not talking about any of this Tasha K gossip that the lead attorney goes to whenever he wants a video that makes 150,000 views. She's like, no, I'm not selling out. Shout out to My Vivid Life, an excellent content creator. If one of the moderators could please drop her the link to her channel. Please go check her out. She is absolutely awesome. One of my favorite on YouTube. I watch every single one of her videos. You guys check on our live streams. You'll see me on them. So shout out to My Vivid Life. Thank you. What did she say? Sub to Mr. Ike. Yes, you guys are supporting the real one. So many of you guys, not you, because y'all are the 400. But if I would have had 2,000 people, so many of you are signed up over there with Fresh and Fit. They're over there calling black people apes. It's not with that. I'm putting words in their mouth, but watch the video. I want to be fair when I'm being unfair. That's pretty. But so thank you so much for subbing to Mr. Ike Ogiamian. Thoughtful, thought-provoking conversations. Thank you. And then we got Big Shot Ammo again, multiple supports for this stream. Thank you, Big Shot Ammo. Oh, what does he say? What does he say? Yes, officially past tense. Subscribed on both my channels. Yes, got 2 channels. Please go check out Big Shot Ammo. Supposedly ammo is getting expensive. Supply and demand, right? It's hard to get the ammo. Maybe Fresh and Fitted bought it all. I'm really surprised how many people missed out on all this free game. Yes, but I'm leaving it up. I'm not going to put it in the member section or anything. Hopefully people will check it out. But you supporting it means so much. And you subscribing to Ike means even more. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, really appreciate that. So thank you guys for all of the support. We got Trucker Ma at 444 shooting my shot. Hey, shooting my shot at Ike. Hey, boo. That's what's up. Ike, what's your deal? Are you married or a girlfriend, single? What's your deal? What you got going on? Oh, he's married. God damn it. God damn it, he's married. The good ones go fast, guys. The good ones go fast. But guess what? I'm not married, so I guess by definition, I'm for these streets, right? By definition. By definition. Oh, we got Jesus Christ, we got Mike. Mike bombing the street. But guys, thank you so much. Thank you. What does Mike say? Longtime Kenyan. We got the Kenyan Nigerian connection here. Are you originally from Nigeria?
Yeah.
Okay. Got the Kenyan Nigerian connection here. Longtime Kenyan lurker here. Shout out to the lead attorney for the good content and more importantly for annihilating that racist Latina yesterday. Big up the lead attorney. Big up Ike. Thank you so much, Mike. Such a generous super chat. And thank you all so much. Y'all love that clip. I need to make more clips. Y'all love that clip of me talking to that Latina lady. I'm so appreciative when I read it. You know, Kevin Samuels commented on it. MTR, Mediocre Tutorials Reviews commented on it. ARC, Alan Roger Curry commented on it. You guys loved it. It makes me feel good. And no one's saying, oh, lead attorney, you cussed her out or anything. Everybody's like, you know, I just really like the way you handled that. And that makes me feel good. You know, I want to carve out a place where you guys can see some difficult conversations and not everybody's, you know, running, talking about boxing matches and then wussing out on them. Right. I would have looked bad if I would have said, hey, Jen, let's, you know, show up in Atlanta. Let's have a boxing match. She probably would have showed up. Which is an indictment on Fresh and Fit, right? But yeah, so thank you so much, Mike. This is so generous. And again, guys, I appreciate you supporting me on everything, but especially when we have our number one intellectual in this sector on. Our number one elite. I know that sounds, you know, elite's a strong word. Elite's a strong word, but we want to tell the truth. Right. So thank you so much, Mike W, for supporting me so generously and supporting this chat. And you are a co-sponsor to the stream. Got James Jackson. We got Cool G's. We got three sponsors. 3 sponsors to this live stream. So this is internally blush, guys. So thank you so much. And I'm not even what do you call it? Struggle streaming. So I'm holding up my end of the bargain. So thank you so much, Mike W. All right. So I know I cut you off there, Ike, but I always want to acknowledge people who support streams, especially this one, and to the people who have subscribed to you. It's a personal offense when I click on your channel to watch one of your videos and I don't see 100K subs. I'm offended. So I always want to support the people who support you. I always want to call them out.
Oh, yeah, and definitely shout out to those people because I'm looking at I think I already got at least 100 from.
Wow.
So that's
wow. Yes. Thank you, guys.
So
I'm gonna get the gold beard out here for a second so you can focus on me. Thank you. Thank you guys for supporting Ike. Thank you for supporting me, of course. But the support you got, I'm going to be honest, guys. The support you have given me has been over the top, and y'all have busted the frame out. And I will acknowledge that I've gotten way more support from you than I deserve. But the way that the YouTube algorithm does not support Ike with his content is atrocious. So you guys helping to fix the YouTube algorithm by going over there and subscribing, and he's got 100 more subs than he did when we started. That makes me feel so good. And you guys are going to enjoy Ike's content. You're going to love it. But YouTube is not going to give it to you unless you subscribe. So thank you. All right. Sorry about that, Ike. But I absolutely wanted to acknowledge that. And just one more very quickly. Got my man Charles Finley becoming a member. Got a new member in the house. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you guys for all of this support. You have no idea how much it means to me. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry to thank you, Charles. I'm sorry to have cut you off there. What were you saying?
I wanted to make sure that because you wanted me to comment on some of the things that were commented on by one of the callers, like 2 callers ago. Mm-hmm. And he said quite a few things, noted a few things on YouTube regarding Dunning-Kruger, so on and so forth. But there's one thing about that thing people get into, because it's related to critical thinking. Okay. That thing whereby, let me put it this way. It's people have a whole bunch of things in their ego bag that stick together, and it should not be there. They need to learn how to, it's almost like your ego bag needs a regular spring cleaning. Okay. So the ego bag cannot be gotten rid of. Okay. That's one. There's a kind of a through line through many of the things that we've been saying so far, in the sense that you're not going to get rid of nature. You're not going to get rid of adrenaline rushes. You're not going to get rid of anger and so on and so forth. The idea is to learn how to use the tool. Yes. Right. And it's better if you're a well-trained knife thrower, then you're actually safer with a knife than someone who's never trained with a knife and ended up killing Uncle Bob. Remember our Thanksgiving, because he wasn't trained in what being human is like. So you have this bag called your identity, right? And you have the lead attorney born in Georgia and having a particular history to a particular family line with a story, okay? So your bag already kind of comes pre-filled with certain identity markers already, okay? Absolutely. And these things are deep part of you, like your subjective consciousness all the way through. It's so important to us that we kind of call it our soul even, right? And we want our soul to even continue in the afterlife. That's how important this identity thing is to us. So it's not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Your ego bag is not going anywhere. But guess what? You choose if you're going to fill it up with BS or not. Okay? If you start filling in your identity, make me feel good, I'm attached to things bag with your BMW or your ability to get or not get a BMW, or your ability to conform with the crowd or not conform with the crowd, your ability to, in other words, the need to be right, which was alluded to by the last caller, right? So now when somebody attacks an argument, you can no longer separate it from your ego bag. Like it's because your need to be right is so much part of your identity, okay? Your need to be right and all these other frivolous things are part of your identity. So another key to meditation is to help you to do the spring cleaning, remove these things that trigger you, right? Whereby you're wrong on a panel, and rather than acknowledge the argumentation, heart rate goes up, heat starts happening, you start seeing red, you start moving the goalposts, right? And that ego cleansing thing is something that we need to do and we need to be cognizant of. Here's my own kind of contribution to this, in the sense that, okay, sure. You said, I got to clean out my ego. It sounds fine. Okay, do the meditation, practice concentration, sensory clarity, equanimity, and become this kind of sniper. Okay, great. But what should be in my ego bag then? What should be in my identity bag? And that is the $10 billion question that religions will attempt to answer for you, and so on and so forth. But I would say that there's one thing that they all have correctly, which is this. You should make it skinny as possible and light as possible so that it does not encumber you. Again, this bag you can never get rid of. That's the idea here, okay? but you don't want it to be filled with all kinds of BS. Because just imagine the picture. What it's like. It's like you're dragging this heavy load, okay? That because you want to feel good about yourself, it encumbers you. You cannot make rational arguments. You get stifled, and you get flustered because somebody pushed your ego button. It actually doesn't help you. It's a massive bag. So
You're
what
right.
should be in it? The ego bag has to be filled with story, right? We said your identity is a story, your natal story, your native story, the story of whom your parents were, and the story of your name, autobiographical story. You were born here, you went to this school, so on and so forth. It's all words, it's all story. That's in that ego bag, okay? That's why it's almost like magic. It's like you can get hurt in your story. Like I could poke you in your story, and you could get a heart attack because I poked the story, okay? So the moral of a story tends to be about a value system. And if you excuse me here for 1 minute, just to get abstract, right?
Mhm.
The sense is that the moral of the story is the value system, in the sense that rather than you be so tied to the particular story of your particular village and your particular father, it should be, well, what is our village about? Oh, our village is about bravery. Then I'm going to put bravery in my bag, and I'm not going to care that it's because I'm the brown people and my particular. No, I'm just going to be a person that identifies with bravery. I'm not going to identify with all the other extra things in the story. I only identify with the moral of the story. That is a way of keeping that bag lean. Okay. And I'm going to back off from, but I would say if there's going to be some kind of philosophical construct to the idea, it is that idea. The bag will not be gotten rid of. The bag is the identity bag. You can fill it full of all this BS. When you fill it full with the BS, it gets sticky, such that you're now in a panel on YouTube, and you can't separate the ego from your need to be right, and so on and so forth. But if you only identify with truth, for example, then it's no problem, right? You're like, oh yeah, I'm for truth, I'm for justice. Those things are not so sticky. Again, you got to learn to unstick yourself, right? It's kind of one of the through lines, and I just want to kind of say that. That's
No, I think that's interesting. I will say this though, you can put one thing in that bag, and could you say, okay, I want to empty out my bag. The bag is never going to disappear. I'm going to put one thing in it, but that one thing can be so big. All right, you have an empty bag and you put one thing in it. Okay, what are you going to put in there? Oh, I'm going to put Christianity. I'm a Christian. Well, right? If someone wants to talk about abortion, if someone wants to talk about homosexuality, someone wants to talk about slavery, the one thing you can put things in. Things can be bigger or smaller, right? And you can put supposedly one thing in there, but that one thing can influence and can create so many other things. If you're a Christian, I believe, I'm not a big Bible thumper, but I believe you're supposed to talk to other people about converting to Christianity, right? So now you're pushing your ideals on others, which is what Anton Daniels was doing. Shout out to Anton Daniels. Like, listen, everybody needs to be like me, right? But it's interesting. I would love to talk about this a lot more. I feel so bad. I got people just sitting here waiting. So I'm gonna get to everybody. But you see the value in having our number one intellectual. I mean, he has just topics that you could talk about for hours, and that's why I want to make sure we have time to get everybody up who wants to talk to him, to give you guys the opportunity to talk face to face virtually with our number one guy. So I don't want Ike to think that I'm cutting him off, but I'm very respectful of his time. But I want to make sure that you guys have the opportunity to touch him a little bit. All right, we got let me get this name right just to make sure I get it correctly. We got Afridamus. Afridamus, how are you doing, Afridamus?
Oh, I'm doing well. Yeah, you did say it right. It's Afridamus of the Afridamus Report.
Perfect. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do. My YouTube channel is called the Afridamus Report, and I talk about race, culture, and mostly Pan-African stuff. But people consider me to be anti-Pan-Africanist, but I just state the facts. And even my name being Afridamus is like Nostradamus. So I'm speaking from both sides of the equation, being somebody from Africa, from a tribe, and also living in America for years also. So that sort of, gave me the idea to talk about, the cultural differences. And because people, when they see black, they just assume every black, person is the same, or every African is the same, but it's not really like that. So I break that down and talk about, different videos. It upsets some people, but
Hey, I have learned myself that's part of it. A 50-year-old lady got mad at me yesterday, right? So
I saw that. I saw
shout out to
that.
all the 50-year-olds. Somebody put in the chat, somebody was like, man, the lead attorney is petty as hell. All right. And it is true, guys. Listen, I'm not above reproach. What Asafa 87? He's like, man, I don't know about lead attorney. He's pretty petty, right? And it's true. It's true. 20 years cross-examining people, guys. You need to spice it up, right? So just for my own personal, I'll throw a little bit here and there. And it really means no harm. It's just to keep myself awake. Right? I've been doing this for so long. Or maybe I'm just a petty individual. I don't know. Maybe that's just a justification. But thank you so much, Asafa87. So yes, we are up here with the one and only Ike Ogiami. And what do you think about some of the stuff that we've said, or do you have a question for him? Kind of what's on your mind?
Yeah, I was listening to what you and Ike was talking about, but I'm someone who I don't believe in meditation. I believe in to observate. Because I was born and raised as a Muslim. From the time I knew, I prayed 5 times daily, but I don't like being around, a bunch of people, because coming from an African country where most people would say they believe in some type of religion, but I'm around people, I know exactly that's not really the case. There's other dark magics that they believe in. So I never believed that I should go like in a place, pray with a group of people, because they say pray for other people's wishes. What if the person is wishing death upon me? Then I'll be praying for my own death. So, but what I do is, from a long time, since I was 11 years old, I would wake up like 3 a.m. in the morning, and I do what they call silent prayer. So it's similar to meditation, but I don't call it that, so because all thoughts are lies all the time. So you have
and
to
listen, I don't want to rush you through. I loved hearing this, but I do want to be respectful to the people in the back. You waited as well, but
right.
The issue is that our time. Usually, guys, when you come with me, I'll do an 8-hour stream. I don't give a shit. Right, but I do want to be respectful to Ike's time. So, but
okay.
Yeah,
So my question is, okay, so Ike is saying, he talks about the meditation. So Ike, what do you think about like observating, where you observe your thoughts? Because for someone to be stressed out, that's not normal for people. Because people would say, oh, go in the back and do power pauses or any things like that. But what about like you wake up first thing in the morning, before you do anything, you go into that silent prayer, you sit still, observe your thoughts, which helps you, understand other people. And my other question also is about either collective, because you guys talk about collectivism or individualism. I believe in individualism, because if you don't strengthen yourself, you cannot be of use to other people. What do you think about that sort of thinking?
100%. So let me attack those two fairly quickly. Let me start with the strengthening yourself aspect by just highlighting the fact that this is one of those things where you start matters. So what I'm saying is this: let's say you're talking about that, the scale of justice, right? Let's say the scale of justice is this pen here, and where we're going to end up is balance. On this side, you have individual responsibility, and on this side, you have, shall we say, social responsibility, right? And we're trying to get to a balance. But the trick is, where you put the stone first makes all the difference in the world. If you decide to go for individual first, I don't forget which side it was, okay? But it's immediately going to change your perception, right? What I mean is this, okay? The whole Jordan Peterson thing, clean up your room first before you go and try to save the world.
Right.
Or the Jesus thing, take the log out of your eye, or before you start looking at the... In other words, there is something about the action of addressing your individual space first that changes you, number one, and therefore your view about what can be done, what should be done for the group, right? So the first point is, you can't just say, oh, individual and then collective, let's find balance. However, because where you start matters a lot. Someone who is taking care of their stuff first, they're going to be very different when they come out now and say, oh, it's time for me to do the external type of stuff. So 100% makes sense. And I tend to agree with that more or less, in the sense that I like to start with the individual side first. I'm more used to it. Plus, it also kind of goes with my personality and my temperament, let's just say, right? Because some people, anyways, let's not go too much into temperament. But the prayer thing, the observation which you said, okay? Look, the mind is like... notice, because you know what I'm about to say. So I'm talking to the audience now, right? you just self-report that this is something you do. But if you go to bed at night and you just close your eyes, thoughts are going to rush through that needed to be observed, needed to be digested. It's almost like you need to digest things. Otherwise, blockages. I'm using very crude analogies, okay? So don't come for me in terms of the perfect logic of this. But
no, quick. Trust me, words don't mean much to me.
So there's almost like a blockage if you don't observe, if you don't let those things to pass. So for me, what I hear you saying is, not that I know exactly what you're saying, but I can observe that it works for you, and I can see an analogy in the sense that I know that there is a digestion that you need to do in terms of feeling your feelings and also observing your thoughts. And I like the fact that you said that they're lies. But if you don't observe them, this is when the stress comes in, and the stabbing the uncle, the famous uncle that we've stabbed 50 times now on that Thanksgiving table, is because... So to the people in the chat, if you lay your head down tonight and close your eyes, things are going to rush past your mind, which you should have been observing, okay, all the time. Or you should take some time out to observe. You should also take the time to feel the feelings that go through your body, because it also, in a practical and pragmatic way, help you understand this feeling image talk machine, which you are. Our subjective experience comes through feelings in the body, image in the head, and talk in the head. If you don't know that environment, if you're not comfortable with it, if you don't know what the moment is like, to sit in silence with the moment, then the moment is going to chase you and haunt you forever. Okay, and it's going to be the source of all your problems because you refused to come to terms with the moment.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But like also, because you don't only do it once. Before you go to bed, you have to unload that also. But I have a question, 2 questions for lead attorney also.
Okay, let's just do one, and because I got
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like I heard you talk about, you said these people were mimicking ape or monkey, right? But
possibly,
but I see a lot of people, like in America, especially Black people, they will be offended by like a monkey comment. I just wanted to know, like, what is it about monkeys that when somebody says to a Black person, "Oh, you're like a monkey," and they get offended by that? Because me being I've spent a lot of time around monkeys. Like I would go when I was a kid, I would go to the forest, watch monkeys. I interacted with monkeys. They are cool. A lot of them are actually pretty highly intelligent. So I don't know, I was thinking maybe is it because Black people don't know much about monkeys, or like what really offends them about it? Because where I come from in Africa, people don't get offended by that.
Right. No, I hear exactly what you're saying. I think you really put your finger on it. I'm sure maybe, I don't think it really, I think it's a fact that Black people don't know much about monkeys. I think it's a fact that Americans, I don't want to say just Black, we don't deal with monkeys usually in the United States unless they're in a zoo. However, Blacks in this country have a special history that is a little bit different than some of the Blacks in Africa have. And here we had the slave trade. very particular. And the slave trade, of course, was in multiple parts of the world, but here we kind of had our own. And Black people during that time, and even afterwards, maybe even today, if you go down to South Georgia, were compared to monkeys. Now, Black people have been fighting since day one over here to be treated like humans. We're not animals. And there have been laws on the books that says, we're not even a man isn't even a Black man isn't even a whole man, right? A lot of times Blacks were Black men and women and children were absolutely dehumanized. We're not thought of as humans so that they could do the things that they did to us with a clean conscience. So if you come over here to America and compare a Black man to an animal, you're going to have a problem immediately, because we have such a history of being dehumanized, even if the animal is intelligent.
Like for me, because the way I looked at it, right, like usually, because even I've heard people like they would say something about their perception of like what an African person is, but it doesn't really mean much to me, because it's like I don't operate in that world. So
that's exactly right. So I think it's just a cultural difference. No, I think you really put your finger on it, and I appreciate you asking that question, because maybe as a Black person, I don't ever think of people not being offended by that. So just like you are surprised that, let's say, I could be offended, I'm surprised that you're not offended until I hear you say, listen, I grew up with monkeys. I interacted with them. I played with them. Some of them are highly intelligent. And when I hear you say that, I'm like, oh yeah, I get that. I get that. So it's just our differences differences in our history and our culture. But I really, really appreciate you coming up here and dropping all of this knowledge and asking such insightful and introspective questions, Aphrodamus. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Leader Tony. And can you touch on encouraging to see guys also to maybe think about being pro se, like representing themselves, like in custody battles? And because I have represented myself, and I won, against lawyer. I spend the time in the law library. So, maybe you being an attorney, if maybe you can touch on that subject, I would definitely love to hear about that, if you don't mind.
Perfect. I will talk about it right now. Just give me 1 second to pull someone up. And again, thank you so much, Aphrodamus, for coming up.
Hey, no problem.
Yes, this pro se, if you're pro se, guys, that's just Latin. It just basically means you represent yourself. And a lot of times when you hear people say that they're pro se, it's usually because they didn't really have another option, because legal expenses can be so expensive. Legal fees can be so expensive. And sometimes you have to do it. And there are other times when your case is so easy, it doesn't matter. I and most every other attorney will never recommend it. If you got to do it, you got to do it. But it's not something that I'm going to recommend. And it's for a number of reasons, and I don't want to get into it, but he asked me how I felt about it. That's how I feel about it. That's how 99% of the attorneys feel about it in this country. You do not know what's going on. Imagine Jen is your baby mama and you try to cross-examine her. Who do you think is going to do a better job, you or me? Right? I've been doing this for 20 years, and thank the Lord, I'm not sleeping with her. You have a kid by this lady, and you're supposed to cross-examine her when you see how she is. Do you think you can cross-examine her for 3 hours and win your custody case? Or would you rather pay me to do it? Right? Go back and watch that video. Right? So that's how I feel about pro ses. You shout out to all the mechanics. I can't fix a car. Shout out to all the engineers. I can't do math. I can't do anything about mathematics. But shout out to attorneys. You can't do what I do either. You can't cross-examine Jen for 3 hours effectively. You can't do it by yourself. So that's what I would say to that. All right, we got the boxing MD. Then I'm gonna go a little bit out of order. I'm gonna pull up El Guapo just because he's on camera. I don't really like doing these icons. You do not have to cam up. If you're in the back and you're not on camera, I will absolutely get to you. But I do want to kind of give I hate talking to I hate this look. I will absolutely give it to you though. I'm gonna get to you. All right, we got the Boxing MD. Listen, they need you down there in Miami, Boxing MD. Oh, wait. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Mike, I missed your super chat because I thought it was the save what? I didn't expect you to hit me twice. Shout out to the Boxing MD. You hit me with 2 jabs. I thought you were going to do the jab and then just you doubled up on the jab. I did not expect that. Thank you so much, Mike W., the sponsor, the new sponsor of this stream. So generous, supporting brothers sitting here in ties, trying to have an effective conversation. One is being super intelligent, the other is being a little petty, right? But we're still trying to give you guys great content, and the support that you are showing, Mike, is over and above what anyone could expect. So thank you so much, Mike. What does Mike say? Talk about being petty. Mike's like, this is for the audio fund. The lead attorney, those earbuds gotta go. I feel like they're almost now a trademark. It's almost like I can't get rid of it. If I showed up, guys, listen, I did a podcast with this guy, this young fella, and he kind of insulted me a little bit. He didn't mean to, but I felt it. And he's like, oh, we should do this again. And I was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, just get better audio. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, everybody has these Shure mics. And honestly, I had purchased a Shure mic. You name one thing, I purchased it all, guys. You guys have no idea how much money I've spent buying stuff. I got green screens in the closet. I got 2 teleprompters. You have no idea. But I bought the damn Shure mic, and I didn't like it. I couldn't get it to. I didn't like it. So I got this Sennheiser right here, which you can't see. But I'm in a live room. I don't know if you can hear it. The room is live. But when he said that, I was like, well, I had sent it back. I bought it again. And then I set it up. I had mine like, well, Ike has his mic in a better position. Mine was like I was a Twitch gamer, right? It was like all over here with the gator arm. And people saw it. I was like, hey, this is the lead attorney. Hope you guys are doing well. People are like, what in the hell is going on? Right? So people did not like it at all. So I used it for one stream, and then I just sent it back. But I do like the way, and maybe this is something I can talk to Ike on camera. There are a few other people who, well, no, I take that back, because Ike actually does use in-ear audio. It's hard, guys, to try to do this without some type of in-ear audio. Mm-hmm. Ike does it in a way where it's not conspicuous. I do it in a way that is the most conspicuous. This is the most conspicuous. But I've done it this way for so long, it's almost like it's a part of me now. But shout out, listen, if I'm being petty, I love it when the chat's being petty at me. He's like, listen, here's $50 more for the audio fund. Thank you so much, Mike. You're right. I should, but it's almost like a part of me now. But I really, Mike and Ike, Mike, I really do want to thank you for your extreme generosity for supporting us and what we're doing, especially on this stream, and for you to sponsor this stream by giving the most. I'm speechless, which, to get an attorney speechless is a thing, right? So thank you. Jen couldn't do it, right? But you supporting these Black men really trying to drop some knowledge, you have absolutely done it. So thank you so much, Mike W. I really appreciate it. All right, man, Mike, thank you. We got the Boxing MD. Sorry about that, Boxing MD. Can you hear me?
Not a problem. I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
This is another one with great audio. Are you sitting in some studio too with a Shure mic? Jesus, y'all embarrassing me. How are you doing? Do you have a YouTube channel or a podcast, or why is your audio so great?
I do not. I am just a novice, but I just happen to have some good audio. So
yeah,
but
his audio is better than mine. He's just a novice, right? And you're right. Shout out to Mike. He said earbuds. I don't like I think the earbuds. I don't know. Do you like somebody like the old dude, the 65-year-old with the Kangol and the Bluetooth? It's not the same. But having those two Q-tip things, I don't know. But you're right. This is it's hard for me to say that this is a better look than the iPhone earbuds. And I have them, guys. Whenever I go to Starbucks or something like that, I'll pop them in. But I almost think, Mike, this is almost like my trademark now. I don't know, but you're absolutely right. And thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the clarification, because I did get that confused. The earbuds, not the mic. The earbuds. You're absolutely right. Okay, so the Boxing MD, they need you, man. There are
Yeah.
2 brothers in Miami that need to learn real quick. How fast can you train them up, right?
I can't do too much of the training, but if they have any cuts that need to be sewn up or any of that stuff, I can handle that.
Oh, well, that's one of the reasons they were trying to back out. So they definitely need. Preach needs you to take away some of these excuses, right? Thank you so much for coming on, especially this show, this stream. Kind of, what have you heard that you want to comment on, or do you have a question for our number one guy in this sector? Kind of, what's on your mind?
Absolutely, I do. I just want to first of all say I'm a new subscriber to both of you guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it gets me through the days and through these halls of these institutions that I have to go to. But I really want to first of all say I'm confused by the way that they essentially ran to violence or to boxing, something that it seemed like he knew nothing about as his first line of defense. It was just kind of confusing to me that would be something that people are still relying on as a means, especially with all of the technology and guns and things that are out here. Why would somebody rely or resort to that type of violence? And I seem to see that even amongst individuals that work in intellectual institutions or what have you, this resulting to some type of bravado. I'm interested to see, why do you think that individuals that may be working in Fortune 500 companies or lawyers or what have you may be resorting to talk about those type of things, even though they know that how tall you are, how many weights you lift has nothing to do with your position in the company or how dominant you are in your field. So that's very confusing to me. And I have one more thing, and then I'm just going to go ahead and hop off.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you, the lead attorney, and maybe you can cover this later or at some other time. First of all, there is a place, a sensory deprivation tank there in Atlanta called Float Atlanta. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with sensory deprivation tanks, but when you were talking about the rooms being silent, I think going into these tanks where seemingly all of your senses are supposedly reduced or minimized is really awesome. It kind of resets you. It's really interesting and strange feeling that you might be interested in. But my question for you is, you seem to be based off of the way that you appear, you meet all of the criterias to fit in that legal box, the clean shaven, the suit, what have you. But you seem to be very socially open. And I would like to hear, maybe this stream, maybe in the future, you juxtapose your position as far as how you present yourself legally or the decorum that takes place in the courtroom, as to what you do, uh, or how you see your worldview. Those are my two questions. And
When I think I was following you until you said worldview. Then you kind of lost me. Like, specifically, are you talking about how I am? Yeah, I don't want to put words in your mouth. When you said worldview, I got lost.
Well, I mean, your view on relationships or your view on things socially within the community at large.
I mean, I will absolutely answer the question, but it seems so broad.
Oh, well, where it comes from, I'll tell you where it comes from, so that would probably give you better context.
Okay.
Just hearing the conversation with the brother the other day about his, different lifestyle or what have you, and how open you were to, the possibilities, what have you, and that being compared to the stringent requirements that you deal with in your field, you know, how do you juxtapose the two? Do you feel like that the court system is way too serious, that this, you know, they shouldn't be all of these requirements or all of this decorum? Or do you feel like society is too lenient? Or do you feel like society is fine the way it is, the court system's fine the way it is?
Yeah, no, I hear you.
But thank you for the time. I'm gonna hop off.
No problem. Thank you so much, the Boxing MD. Really appreciate you coming up and asking such insightful questions. I'll saunter around a little bit on that second question, and then I think your first question was I'll leave that to Ike. Your first question dealt with why did they jump straight to boxing if apparently neither one of them was capable. So my worldview, all right. So and the decorum in court, is there too much decorum in court? No. Decorum in court is necessary, especially because we are dealing with some very serious topics. Now, have judges kind of gone overboard a little bit? Yes. Case in point, last year, an Atlanta judge got in trouble. Old judge, he was old, and this guy walked in, and you know, hair kind of cropped, and you know, nice suit, but you know, and nice shoes, slacks, coat, but he didn't have a tie on. And when the judge looked up, you know, he was sitting at the table next to his client, and you know, he made this snarky remark about which one is the attorney, which one is the client. And the attorney stood up and said, "Well, you know, the attorney, judge, I'm the attorney." And the judge blasted him in front of everybody, absolutely blasted him for not wearing a tie. It's super embarrassing. Come to find out that the guy was actually a girl, right? You know, now she didn't look in, and you know, maybe she was maybe she was a lesbian, but the hair was short, and the judge didn't realize that it was a female, it was a woman. And women, of course, are not required to wear ties, right? So, you know, he didn't have to go overboard in just blasting her. You know, we're supposed to wear ties, but I don't mind. I do not mind the formality of court. And is there a formality? Yes, but I don't mind it at all. Because we're dealing with some serious things. So there needs to be more, or, you know, everything is on a spectrum between order and chaos. And these norms and mores of decorum are just, it's just another word for order. And I don't mind order in the court. Outside of that, I am super, super liberal. I am very, very individualistic. You know, I think Ike asked me a loaded question the last time we were on, something about, you know, do I, you know, sway more to the common folk, or do I go, you know, a little bit over more to the elite in terms of my esteem? And I absolutely am very individualistic. I salute all of the elites. You know, I'm a common person myself, so I don't see anything so great in common if I'm able to do it. But to reach a level that Ike has attained, I absolutely appreciate it, though I'm not able to get there on my own by myself, which is why I appreciate it. So to me, I could never live like Mr. Locario and have some man putting his seed in my wife's mouth and then she comes home to me. I don't understand that. Having said that, if that's what he wants to do, I'm all for it. You know, Mr. You know, Anton Daniels has some views about homosexuality, and I'm certainly not going to mention them because I would probably misquote it, but just me putting that on the table kind of gives you an idea. I'm all about homosexuality, whatever you want to do. I'm all about poly. I'm all about whatever you want to do, as long as you're not hurting anybody. I've seen so much hurt in 20 years in these courts, representing men, representing women, representing children. I'm over. And in fact, you know, I'm transitioning out of the law, to be honest. It takes months to get out, but I'm done. I'm tired of seeing what I've been seeing for so long. So I just want I just want this Woodstock mentality, man. You know, I bought a sauna. I shout out to Dr. Rhonda Patrick. If y'all don't know who she is, she's one of the experts on saunas. I'm planning a trip to Finland. I got a sauna put in my house. I am all about saunas now. I thought about you mentioned that place down here in Atlanta with the tanks. I've absolutely researched those. I think they put like 4,000 pounds of Epsom salt into those. I'm a little sketched. I'm not a germaphobe, but I'm a little sketched out about laying in those, you know, if some dude just came out of it. Now I'm supposed to get into it. However, they say that the Epsom salt is supposed to kill all that. You know, I'm gonna wait on it a little bit. But I am all about, you know, I haven't, you know, everybody's tried weed, I suppose, but these psychedelics, I definitely want to go out to where Ike is. You're in California, right, Ike?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Joe Rogan always talks about DMT. I definitely want to try that. So I'm just all about being free. You have never in your life, you have never met someone more pro-abortion than me. I don't even want to tell you how pro-abortion I am. They would cancel me. They would call me sick, right? So I am just why? Because I have represented 6-month-olds. I've represented 4-year-olds whose parents did unspeakable things to these children because they didn't want them. They just did not want them. Like, you guys have no idea, because this stuff you don't see on the news. You just saw one case on the news that this black girl in the UK, 19 years old or something, she had a 2-year-old. She wanted to go party, so she went to a party. She came back home 6 days later. Kid died of starvation. Right? You're gonna argue that she shouldn't have aborted that kid? Maybe, but you're not the kid though, right? So it's very easy for you sitting back watching YouTube to tell, you know, and you're not the little 2-year-old or however old that girl was. Very easy for you to say what should not have happened when you're not, you know, lying on the floor as a 2-year-old 18 hours into your starvation period. So I'm super liberal. It's not like I'm not walking the walk on it. I will never have a wife like Mr. Locario. I will never have a relationship like that. I don't want it. But I value the fact that he wants it, and that's what he's doing. A lot of men are living in the closet in the sense that they're living in these marriages that they are not happy with. They haven't had sex with their wives in 4 years. They're suffering. All they do is work overtime and come home to a wife that doesn't respect them. Why? Obligation, you know, supporting the community, supporting the family, and they're not happy. And you only get one life. I don't know. That's how I feel. I don't want to put too sharp a point on it, but hopefully I've answered your question. I am all about you living your life in a way that maximizes your happiness while at the same time just not, you know, stepping on too many toes. That's how I feel about it. Ike, what do you think about, you know, men always, not men always, what do you think? The question was these two gentlemen resorting to boxing when apparently neither one of them has the skills to really back that up.
Yeah, so I'm going to just say real quick on two aspects. The one having to do with the particulars of YouTube and boxing. There's kind of like a tradition of that thing. It's slightly comedic. It's a, you know, the way of, you know, well, I'm going to challenge you now to a boxing match. It's something that there's a tradition of in the space. And perhaps some people do it clumsily and some people do it better. So I think that one of the things that happened with FNF is that they kind of loosely and kind of recklessly went into that kind of half comedy response where, in other words, let me put it this way. If this was like comedy beef, roast comedy battle, right? And somebody shoot a shot and then it'll be all fun. And it'll be, number one, it'll be funnier, right? It'll be good quality stuff. And we will all excuse it because it'll be very funny. And even if they went too far and called somebody's wife something, we understand, okay, this is roasting, man. This is, you know, you got in that arena. So they blurred the lines between, is this that kind of tradition of boxing or whatever? Or am I doing a roast comedian now? Am I serious? So it was just messy in that regard. So that's just with the particulars of this particular event. But generally speaking, he was saying, well, he's surprised why men do these things. Like, well, if I were to borrow a page from Jordan Peterson, you know, it's we've been doing it since we were lobsters, right?
Exactly.
You know?
I didn't want to say that. I was going to say that after, because I thought you were just going to stick with the bog. I was waiting. You stole my thunder. Go ahead. You're exactly right.
Yeah. So we've been doing this particular thing since we were lobsters. That will kind of give you kind of the whole kind of chemical serotonin, shall we say, dominance posture aspect of it. However, there are also cultural aspects in the sense that there's some cultures, and the phrase in sociological term is honor culture, where, take, for example, duels, right? Which is where
Exactly.
honor is key. Speak of that ego bag again, where everything in that identity bag is about your honor, and people will kill and die for it. In other words, it's not, and to someone who's outside of the honor culture will say, why would you want to do that? Don't you want to live to tomorrow? And it's like, well, no, tomorrow doesn't exist. Tomorrow, there's no worth in living tomorrow if I don't have my honor, right? With the group. So there is that aspect as well. So there's a cultural aspect which emphasizes that, but then there's this whole serotonin since we're a lobster thing, and then there's the particulars also of what just happened. So those are my comments.
Yes, let us get really quick. Thank you so much to El Guapo. Let me first get Charlie X. Shout out to Charlie X just coming through. Thank you so much for the Starbucks donation. Really, really appreciate that, Charlie X. You are always supporting your boy. Also, I caught this one and tried to sneak up on me. It was one space away from disappearing on me. Black Heights, thank you. Shout out to these sharp brothers. Man, ain't this a panel right here? I love the way this panel looks right here. Where are you going to find this on YouTube? What channel are you going to find this? I mean, listen, what channel are you going to find this on YouTube, guys? Thank you guys so much for supporting this stream. We absolutely need more of this. Absolutely. Thank you so much, W. Alfonso. I think I missed that one. Says, I'm just supporting because you got Ike up here. You to the lead attorney. Thank you so much, W. Alfonso. And I do want to take one quick second. Guys, who am I flirting with? Who am I flirting with? I don't think I was. I've been talking about some deep stuff, guys. I don't think I'm flirting. Was I flirting? I want to point out this person right here. Y'all don't know who this is. This is Queen Shayla. Queen Shayla, I talked about you in my very last live stream, not the one that I did about the 50-year-old, but the live stream about that 50-year-old. I don't know if you made it all the way to the end, but I just want to thank you so much for not only supporting me, but supporting all of the people that I'm trying to help start a YouTube channel. Right? You just have no idea what your support means. And I emailed you, but I spoke about you in that live stream if you go all the way to the end. So thank you so much, Queen Shayla. Really, really appreciate that. All right, and then we got serious geek. You can't get all the geeks over here. You got the geek surgeon. You got serious geek. The geeks, they know where to come for their information. They come straight to Ike. Shout out to the lead attorney and Ike. Thank you so much, Serious Geek, for supporting this live stream. Really appreciate it. All right, look who we got here. Look who we got here. We got the one and only El Guapo in the house. Shout out to El Guapo. How are you doing?
I am doing great, gentlemen. How are you this evening?
Another one with the great audio. Fuck all of y'all, man. God damn.
Don't come out the gate with the F-bombs on me, man. Come on.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. How are you doing? What's going on with you?
I am great. Salute and salutations to you, brothers. Ike, it's great to see you again, man. How you been?
Likewise. I've been great. How about yourself?
Man, fantastic. Living the dream, man. Trying to put a dent in the universe, you know?
Yeah, so you've heard some of what Ike has been saying, and thank you for being so patient. Have you heard anything that maybe you got a question, or you heard anything that you have an opinion on? We've kind of touched on a number of different topics.
Right. So I'm going to just bring up something real quick, and I think it'll help bring stuff full circle. With all that's been going on in these YouTube streets, a lot of the stuff that Ike has been talking about lately. Ike, I am definitely subscribed, man. Your video on manifesting money was awesome, bro. I really like that. And one of the things that I think we miss in the YouTube space as a whole, in the Black manosphere in particular, is the value of mentorship. And I feel like I'm being forced into the niche of talking about this on my channel. Not a shameless plug, but I really feel like I'm being forced into that. And
give me 1 second. If I forgot to do this, I hate to cut you off, but I absolutely want you to talk about your channel really quickly from the very beginning. I apologize for that. Y'all see the name down here. Tell us the name of your channel and what's it about?
Name of my channel is Beautiful Lies, Lies. As O'Shea would say, the white man's holding me back. So it's hard to search. Put in Beautiful Lies channel, and you'll see me in my car, black and white, looking pensive with some cool sunglasses on. And that's me. So what do I talk about? Originally, I started trying to be kind of a gap filler between a lot of the content creators that are out here. A lot of the information is here for men and women, but it's not so apparent. You know, it takes some level of discernment. And I know from my time in the military and stuff that the role of a leader is to take complex problems and break them down into tiny, digestible, bite-sized pieces for the masses. So that's what I was attempting to do. But as I get deeper and deeper into this, I feel the need to talk more about leadership and mentorship, especially to Black men. I think that's something that we're missing. And I can tell you right now, and this is kind of a segue into my thought that I would love Ike to talk about, and you too, lead attorney, is that I am certain without knowing the answer, and I'm not a lawyer, but I know a lawyer should know the answer before you ask the question, right? I'm certain that you both have strong mentorship. Now, I'm willing to bet you can't reach the level of success that you have without having a mentor. And I think that if the Fresh and Fit guys had a mentor, this whole fiasco wouldn't have happened. If they had somebody long in the tooth, you know, that had a little bit of wisdom, that could have coached them and said, hey, you guys might not want to approach this way, they would have not have gone up against juggernauts like Abba and Preach. I think that for you to manifest that money, to have somebody that's been through the minefield before you and can guide you through around those places that are dangerous will get you to your goal quicker. And I think that's something that nobody talks about, the Godfather nobody. So Ike, my man, I know you got a mentor. Tell us about him.
Interesting. Now, I've had several mentors. One goes about doing certain things without, and only with the benefit of hindsight can one actually say what one was doing, especially with someone like me. Okay, so I'm a very intuitive type of person. Okay, which means not very structured in my thinking, tend to make leaps cognitively and so on and so forth. We all understand what intuitive is, you know, kind of a little aloof, more maybe described as the creative type. But in every particular aspect of my life going through, there was always the people that I looked up to, and who kind of represented that, like the superlative, you know, that which I could not achieve. Even if it were, you know, a particular set of math teachers that I had that were just right there at the right time, and whom were able to show me, you know, who were there as almost like a midwife for breakthrough, or actually helped, right? Because there's a whole idea of, you know, midwifing someone through difficult times. You know, you're the one giving birth or going through the thing, but they're just kind of there, and they were there to kind of guide you through. Oh, and then there's the other one of them actually teaching you, right, more directly, right, as opposed to just being there and providing moral support, if you will. So there've been teachers, there've been business people, there've been YouTube personalities, there've been like my grandfather, for example. Just kind of seeing how he carried himself, and he was polygamous, you know. I know lead attorney, we're talking about Locario and all these other things, but it's a different kind of polygamy, you know. But so
I'm with you, man.
Just how he kind of ran his household, how people respected him, and so on and so forth. So I think that this idea of having mentors is 100% key. You also mentioned that presumably if people, because whenever people start saying things like what you just said, as far as like, oh, everybody needs X in order to survive, a certain part of me always wants to come from the position of the outlier and say, you know, maybe not maybe most people, but okay, but let me not do that. It is true that you can, if you took everybody, okay, so let me say what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that there's some people who are outliers, whom they're gonna make it out, they're gonna do what they need to do, even if, you know, they were in a concentration camp and so on and so forth. They're the Solzhenitsyns of the world, right? Who always make it through. Okay, so forget those guys, right? Let's take everybody, right? And you take them and you raise them in this kind of a Buddhist monk, shall we say, place that is I forget the word now, okay? But it's out there, this monastery out there in the middle of nowhere, and you have all these regular people, none of them are, or not all of them are particularly talented in terms of being critical thinkers or being the next Buddha, right? But if you train these people, and I'm just saying this to agree with your point, that even the most, shall we say, regular, common person, if trained in that monastery, even if not through their own senses, because they've seen all these other Buddhist teachers and they understand the tradition and so on and so forth, they will fall in line. It's almost like they're going to be guided like, billiard balls floating to the right path. And that's the importance of tradition, culture, and the collective aspect of that whole individual collective dichotomy that we were discussing. In the sense that for the group, for the majority of the group, we do need these canals to have been drilled down in the land so that you can channel them to the right directions. Because not everybody is going to be able to practice in real time. And let me just be honest, all the stuff we've been talking about, oh, you do this and you do that and you meditate and you visualize. Look, it's just like everything else. They're the LeBron Jameses of the world, and then there's everybody else, right? There's the Buddha in terms of self-awareness and being a psychotherapist of his own self, and then there's everybody else. So let's not be fooled that, oh, everybody can just operate at the highest. It's like, no, not really. But this is why also that whole thing of culture, tradition, mentorship, and I'm typically the guy that's like, oh, I just said I'm that intuitive, outside the bell curve, individualistic kind of like, let me do my own thing. But I'm saying that, look, if you're going to see certain outcomes writ large in the polity, if you will, if you care about community or so on and so forth, if you care about a group reputation, or if you just want to live in peace amongst people and peace and prosperity, you're going to need to look at those collective machineries, or shall we say machineries of tradition, machineries of mentorship, guidance, rites of passage, all these things which we've touched on before, because without that, all you're going to get is just the outliers making it, and they were going to make it anyways, right?
They're going to make it anyway. Shout out. You're exactly right.
Wow.
This is Ike, man. This is what we came for. This is
I'm not surprised.
what we came for. Yes. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll answer your question as well. Let me get Lisa Randall. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you for the super sticker. Really appreciate that. Got Gabriel Torres as well. Gabriel says, another great show. How many new subs did you get this week? Yeah, I did a video, guys, about how my channel crashed. And my channel, all of my analytics, they were doing pretty well, to be honest, and they all went to 0. If you want to see those, the videos on those, they're my last 2 videos. They're the videos called YouTube Elementary. Those videos don't have any views because no one cares about YouTube, but those are from my YouTube people, right? And I showed my analytics how everything went to 0. And, they came back up a little bit and they were just down. Then I hopped on this Fresh and Fit train, and, the day before I hopped on the damn train, I got 30 subscribers that day. And the day before that, I got like 50. The day before that, maybe 85. The day before that, 50. So it was just bouncing around, maybe 50, 75 a day. I hopped on the train on Tuesday, got 770 subscribers in one day. Wednesday, hopped on it again, got 770. Guys, I was going from like 30 a day to 700. I talked on this show from the very beginning about how YouTube is unfair and how I'll have a stream right now with Ike, our #1 intellectual in this sector, and there are 300 people. If we were talking about Fresh and Fit, there would be 300. There would be 3,000. You look at my subscriber count, you look at Ike's subscriber count. Ike's like, listen, I'm not jumping on the damn train like that. Whereas me, all attorneys were kind of like prostitutes, man. We're kind of like, we go to the highest bidder, to be honest. A husband and wife, a husband will hire me on Monday and I'll go to trial on Monday. So yeah, husbands are the best. That wife wasn't anything. She didn't cook. She didn't clean. She didn't take care of the kids well. We want custody. And then on Tuesday, I'll go into that same courtroom now representing a wife saying, oh, he was a terrible husband. He didn't make enough money. He was lazy. My client had to pick up the dirty drawers. He was never there for the kids. Like, who wants to pay more? This is how attorneys are. We're really like hired guns, if I'm going to be honest with you. So, I don't have a problem jumping on trains, but I'm going to be honest when I do it. And I'm going to tell you why I'm doing it. I'm going to tell you what the results are, if it worked or not. And I'm going to do videos to show you, please start this. You can absolutely start a YouTube channel. But this is what you're going to encounter. You can try to, talk about intellectual stuff, and it's going to be a grind. You're going to get there, but it's going to be a grind. It's going to be an unjust grind. Or you could talk about these fresh and fit boxing matches and get, 100,000 views in 2 days, which is what I got. And I had gotten 26,000 the day before in 2 days. For 2 days, I went from getting 26,000 to the next 2 days, 100,000. What was the difference? Fresh and fit, right? This is what I'm talking about when I say YouTube isn't really fair. And this is why I thank you guys so much for supporting this stream in particular. Look at what you are looking at. Look at the composition of this. What do you see? You see 3 men in suits and ties. Where are you going to see this on YouTube, guys? Where are you going to see it? You want to see men, cussing women out and kicking them out their studio, right? We are better than you niggas. Right? Or you can look at this, right? And so when you guys support this, man, you have no idea how that makes me feel. So this is a very insightful question, Gabriel. I hope I answered it sufficiently. It's some sensitive information that maybe a lot of a lot of YouTube content creators won't give you. I will absolutely give you this information. I've done 2 videos. I showed you how much I was making with 10,000 subscribers, showed you how much I was making with 25,000. I'm going to do another one at 100,000 if I ever get there. Arguing with racist Latin women, I might not get there. But I absolutely want to be transparent with you. Again, Spooks, man, you've been supporting me since day one, Spooks. What does Spooks One say? Thank you so much, Spooks, for supporting this. This in particular. This. Thank you so much. You have no idea how appreciative I am, Spooks. You have no idea. And you've supported me so much in the past, so generously. I've always been grateful, always super appreciative. Especially today, especially supporting this. 3 black men in suits and ties. Name one channel on the internet, on YouTube, where you're going to see this tonight. This is the only place. This is the only place. And for you to support this, Spoons, I just can't tell you how much it means to me. What does Spoon say? Love seeing this type of content. Representation matters. And I hope that a lot of young men watch this program. Thank you, Ike, for your insight, and big ups to you, lead attorney. Thank you so much. Thank you for recognizing this, Spooks. Thank you for everybody recognizing this. This is the only channel where you're going to get this tonight. 3 black men in a suit. Yeah, we're having a little joke here and there, but listen, this is highbrow stuff. We're dropping knowledge. People are on the chat. People from the chat are coming up to the panel to drop knowledge, to ask very insightful questions, to talk to our #1 guy in this sector, our #1 intellectual in suits and ties. Shout out to El Guapo for representing. And thank you for everybody. Some guys, you guys come up here, you don't even cam up. I don't care. But when listen, what time is it over where Guapo's is? It's at midnight. You think it's a coincidence that he got a suit and tie on? I mean, think about it, guys. It's midnight where this man is. He's got on a suit and tie. Why did he do it? He did it for the community. He did it for you. He did it for us. Right? So this is something that absolutely needs to be acknowledged. And when you guys support it like this, man, I'm speechless. Thank you so much, Spunks, for recognizing when you say representation matters. And look what you got. It's damn midnight over here on the East Coast. You got 2 brothers in suit and ties, and you got, what time is it over there with you, Ike? Right around 9 o'clock or something like that?
3 hours behind.
Guys, none of us should be in a damn suit and tie. But look where we are, right? Representing. So when you say representation matters, you are absolutely right, Spokes. Gosh, thank you so much, Spokes. Really, really appreciate it. You have no idea. Thank you, Spokes. And I think we got a couple more. We got Gail. Shout out to the one and only Gail, my #1 moderator. Thank you so much, Gail. What is one love to the CIA on the panel? Shout out Kevin Samuels. Yes. Very unlikely. I love that name. Here to support regardless, TLA. Thank you so much. You represented on the panel. Thank you. Thank you so much, Perry. Thanks so much, Perry. I can't talk like you. Perry's a black man. You would swear he's a white dude from South Georgia with the voice. He's so country. Black dude representing as well. So thank you so much. All right. El Guapo. I want to be honest with you, El Guapo. I have never had a formal mentor. I will absolutely acknowledge that if I had a formal mentor, I would have gotten further faster. You might not be able to tell by this stream, but if you go back to my early videos, you might be able to tell that I am very introverted and I don't make friends easily. You know, I would rather stay in my house, and introversion can be a benefit in some ways. But a lot of times with mentors, you kind of have to seek them out, because usually mentors are busy people. So a lot of times you will have to take the first step. Now, there are a lot of busy people who will initiate that step, but sometimes it doesn't work out like that in your favor. And because I am so introverted, I have never really reached out. Now, having said that, I've made a lot of mistakes. You could say experience has been my mentor. It's a terrible mentor, but on another hand, it's a great mentor. And then also, I spare no expense in trying to educate myself. I am a huge believer in marginal gains.
I heard you say that before.
Yeah. So, talking about YouTube, I bought Daryl Leave's book, The YouTube Formula. And, it's a $20 book or whatever. I said, if there's 5 pages in here that'll help me if there are 5 pages in this 200, 300 page book, it'll be worth it. So what I do is I go out, and the internet, of course, has made this so much easier for all of us. I've listened to so many hours of Warren Buffett, Gary Vee before I got sick of him, Grant Cardone when I was getting into real estate and buying Airbnbs. This internet allows you to seek out mentors. Now, it's not the traditional run-of-the-mill mentor relationship, because these people do not know I exist. I'll tell you what, though, hopefully I am a mentor to some young brothers who are in a relationship that isn't going the right way. So maybe I'm telling you I don't have any mentors. Maybe I could also tell you I have a lot of mentors, 2.0 mentors, right? And these are the mentors that I'm naturally going to gravitate towards as an introspective, as an introvert. It's very easy for me to get on the internet and just seek out people and seek out interviews on YouTube. And, as you get older now, it's kind of like, I would love, shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. You can say kind of in a way he's been a mentor. He's certainly been the biggest influence to me on YouTube. Now, it would be a stretch to say that we're close, but like he shouted out a video that I had yesterday. He came in to one of my streams yesterday or the day before, gave me 2 super chats, told me he was willing to help me out in a very special way. So he could absolutely be considered a mentor as well. So it just depends on how you define it. But I've absolutely had help from other men. They might not have known that they helped me because they don't know me, or their relationship, O'Shea's in Poland, right? I'm in Atlanta. So, but yeah, a formal type of mentor type of thing, I've never had it, but if you can get it, man, it's worth everything, right? What do you think about mentors? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll tell you this, and you hit the nail on the head. The fact that you have had to take those lumps yourself is putting you in the position to mentor. And I'll be honest with you, and this is no disingenuous false edification or anything like that. Your first video where you were encouraging people to 40 plus to make a YouTube channel encouraged me, man. It really did. And I'm not one that's shy on confidence or anything like that, but it was that extra little nudge. I was like, man, yeah, I do have a little extra insight and expertise that people don't have. And you may not realize it, but the saying is that when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And right when I was ready, you were there. So I appreciate you, lead attorney. I really do, man. To the point that you made me put on my Paisley. You and Ike. Thanks, guys. I pulled out my Paisley for you fellas.
Oh,
tonight.
it's the Paisley brothers. I didn't even recognize that. I didn't even recognize
attention to detail. Attention to detail. Yeah. So yeah, I pulled out the Paisley because you guys did it. And the saying goes that, you know, a rising tide raises all ships. But what does that mean? You got to get your boat on the water. So I appreciate both of you fellas and everything like that. And lead attorney, you may not see it, but a lot of the trials, tribulations, lumps, and bruises that you're taking is so that you can make it easier for those people coming behind you. Ike, you already knew, bro. So I'm not surprised. But I appreciate you brothers both. Real fast, Labea says hi. She's still in Colombia. She tried to send you a super chat. She said there's some problem with the network down there. As soon as I get off, I'm going to send it to you, man.
No, thank you so much. And shout out to La Bella. Saludos. Cuando regresas? When did she come back?
She I don't want to get deep into it. She's supposed to be back soon. We're having some State Department issues, but we're working it out. Don't worry about it. I got a couple connections.
I've absolutely been there. Well, I did immigration for about 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
It's such a headache.
It is a headache.
Shout out to LaBea, but I saw you were putting out content over there too, man. You had little videos and she was masked up. I mean,
I can't put her full face out there, man. This is a lot of interesting people on these YouTube streets, man. I can't expose her fully.
Absolutely. No, but I think that's awesome. And I sent you an email today as well. But,
I just saw it.
But yeah, so thank you so much for coming on, and thank you, El Guapo, for really representing tonight. There was no reason you had to go put on a damn suit and tie at 12 o'clock at midnight, but for you to do that, it just speaks so highly of you, and how you feel that we as a group, as Black men, should be represented on YouTube in this space. And it shows so much respect for our number one intellectual as well in this sector. So I know you hate it. I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it.
You're making them uncomfortable, but it's the truth, right? It's the truth, man.
Just kidding. Okay. I got it. And so El Guapo, I mean, there's so many demonstrations of manhood in just that one act. Just the one act of 12 o'clock at night putting on a suit and tie when anyone else would be in their pajamas, right? And I hope the young brothers see this, because even a little thing can mean so much, so much. So thank you so much, El Guapo. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Take care, gentlemen. I'll be on the stream in the background. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. And again,
Thank you.
El Guapo, if you or anyone else can drop your link, please go check out Beautiful Lies. Put in the search bar Beautiful Lies channel. Beautiful Lies channel. Go over there and subscribe. Right, I'm subscribed over there. He's been on my channel numerous times, and he is the man. Okay, the back is closed. We got 2 more people, Ike. I know we've been stretching it out. We got 2 more people. If you have time, and then we'll close it out.
We made it this far. Might as well. We got to finish it. Now we got to close it out. I can't.
All right, we got 2 more people. I'll pull them up at the same time. We'll do a double header. We will do it. Okay, Jesus. Somebody's sound is terrible. Somebody's sound is absolutely terrible. I'm going to start with Cookie Wilkins. How can I miss that name? I'm from Atlanta. We had a dude named Dominique slamming with 2 hands, right? How can I mess up Wilkins? Cookie, can you hear me? All right, Cookie. Listen, Cookie, I love you. Your sound is absolutely horrible. absolutely horrible, and you're not here. So, but I know you waited a long time, so I apologize for that. But and if your sound was good, I would be much more patient. But your sound is terrible, and you're not here. But please come back on another stream, and I'll pull you right back up. So thank you, Cookie. So we got, last but not least, we got Jay Taylor. Jay Taylor in the house. Jay, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you so much, Jay, for being so patient.
I appreciate it. You're absolutely right. This representation is it's wonderful.
Yes,
let me
thank
say
you.
that. And this is to Ike. Ike, are you standing? Or are you sitting?
I'm standing.
Oh my God, I'm subbing. I'm gonna get to you. You stood the whole time. I peeped you the whole time. Like, is he? And you know, but I digress. But yeah, I am going to sub over to you because of that. Because that's impressive. That's impressive. I appreciate it. I won't hold you up too long. I was on early, maybe 9-10 minutes, and you spoke about critical thinking. Mm-hmm. And my question there, I left, went to and had something to do, and then a couple hours later, come back, you guys are here. So I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna ride out. The question is, I had with what I'm noticing with our community, and especially when I talk to I'm in the Midwest, and when I speak to my family members at times, I'm surprised, and I don't know where I heard this from, so I won't make it up like I invented, the question. But does the way we, religion, and how the Black Christian United States in the Northwestern Hemisphere, does that impede our critical thinking? Because I find that religion is a big part. I'm definitely not casting dispersions saying Black people, African Americans don't critical think. This is the product right now, critical thinking, what I'm seeing, or just having that disposition. But my question is, a lot of times when I speak about issues or whatever, I have a hard time finding outside the manosphere, the Black manosphere, make sure I keep that important, Black. And speaking about issues, I have a hard time around me where I'm from, and there's a lot of Black people here, of just talking critically and quickly thinking about problems and how to solve problems or making an attempt. And I'll get a lot of rhetoric of, let God, they start bringing up religion. And to me, that does not, what do you think about that? Let me just ask you.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. It's something that has interwoven itself throughout the conversation. Recall, Leader Attorney, at some point I was talking about kumbayaing and hoteping being something that is sometimes used as an excuse. And in other words, it's a form in which, shall we say, detrimental mindsets manifest themselves. So if we just talk about this whole religion thing, okay? There are many ways in which I can approach it, or that I wish to approach it right now. But let me just mention 3, okay? So the first is this. When it comes to the fixed mindset that I mentioned before, I said that you can either have the mindset, which is of the growth mindset, the world is movable, I can change things, or you can have the mindset of there is a story that explains everything. Now, it tends to be the case that religion is one of these kinds of stories, right? That kind of sets the table such that, well, what do I have to do anyways, right? Or if I just follow these things, then it's fine. Or if God wishes, it will happen. Or, God has punished me for this, or our people, or X, Y, Z, whatever it may be. So whenever there's any kind of thing out there in the mythopoetic landscape, okay, any story, especially one that is as powerful as religion, powerful because it has had millennia to grow. Mythology is something that we need. It's almost like, recall I said that you cannot get rid of the ego bag. Mythology is one of those things you cannot get rid of either. Okay, so again, the Leader Attorney seems to be there's certain realities you will never, and it's all about how you then deal with it. So the human machine comes with this mythology thing. Even if you think you don't have it, you have it. Okay, but the problem is that mythology can easily get into that, become a tool, a ready-made little tablet that you take for. Do you know that experiment? And I know I'm hopping all over the place now.
No, you're fine.
But there's this experiment about monkeys, okay, and a ladder, okay? And then on the top of the ladder, there's bananas, okay? So basically, if any monkey tries to climb the ladder to get the banana, everybody gets sprayed with water or electrocuted or something. It makes them uncomfortable, so whatever. So they don't get that. But then they start switching out the monkeys. We know about these kinds of experiments where there's a particular kind of behavior and they start bringing in new people, and each person beats the person who climbs the ladder, up to the point where no monkey left in the cage is the original monkey and knows why exactly, right? You're not supposed to climb the ladder because they turn off the water or the electrocution or whatever it may be, right? But everybody still just beats everybody up for trying to climb the ladder. So let's say there's a community with a problem, right? And that problem has to do with not being able to climb that ladder to get that banana, okay? There's going to be all these behaviors, okay? Which in terms of like manifested by the beating of other monkeys who try to climb the ladder. Going to be us stopping each other, crabs in a barrel type of situation, right? We're going to stop each other. We're not going to know why, okay? So because we don't know why, we need to fill it with some kind of a story. Then come all the stories of, either the God is punishing me or the white man is holding me back or the XYZ, global capitalism, it was the Rothschild and this and that. Whatever it may be, all these things now fill in the vacuum of that absence of a story as to why we're beating each other up, right? And why we're keeping each other from climbing the ladder, because we had some kind of a trauma, okay? And you had some kind of a trauma, which was represented by the fact that, when you try to climb this ladder, somebody hit you. But that was generations ago, or that was like, no one here even knows. There is no club anymore. There is no electrocute, there is no warden anymore, but you keep yourself in the jail. You keep yourself. We kind of know this pattern in terms of how it happens, right? So I'm not necessarily saying anything new, okay? But to reiterate, religion can be used as a ready-made mythology, ready-made kind of very powerful myth to put in the fixed mindset. And the fixed mindset uses it. Not that religion is bad, but when you combine it with this fixed mindset, it uses it as a reason why there's nothing that you can do. It becomes this matter of fate and inevitability and so on and so forth. So that's one major aspect. And then the other aspect is the fact that when there's any particular problem in a community, right, due to some historical set of facts and so on and so forth that lead to certain outcomes now, you're going to have some residue of that monkey experiment that I talked about. And people are going to spend time coming up with all kinds of stories as to why we are not allowed to climb that ladder and get that banana. But none of us really know it. Like, it's just because of a group learned trauma or something like that. So that's at least two things one could say about it, right? Because one could go on and on.
I love it. I had not heard of that monkey experiment. I'm just sitting here thinking about the implications of that. It's deep, right? That is so deep. Did that kind of answer your question in a way, Jay Taylor?
Yeah, it did. Like I said, I pretty much come to my own conclusion, but he's just explained it in a more palatable way. I can understand what he's saying by the example of it's interesting nonetheless. But that's all I had for you guys tonight. I'll be listening, and I appreciate you answering my question. I will subscribe, and
thank you.
Much respect for you standing. Much respect.
Yes, Jesus Christ, you're absolutely right. Thank you so much, Jay Taylor. Please come back on anytime. Give a big shout out to Beautiful Lies representing midnight in a damn suit and tie. I mean, this black man, this is what it's about, guys. Representing. What does Beautiful Lies say? From La Bella, straight from Colombia. Hola, the lead attorney. Saludos desde Colombia. Great and useful content in every one of your shows. My guapo, looking great as always. Un abrazo. No, pues sí, bien guapo, huh? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, La Bella and Beautiful Lies, El Guapo, for representing. And thank you to everybody who stated in the chat that they subscribed. Really, really appreciate that. And we got Mercy K sliding in. Said, I had not met King Ike before. Subscribed. Thank you so much, Mercy K. Thank you, the lead attorney, for introducing him to us. That's an indictment. One of the best life-changing, elevating discussions on your channel. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mercy. Y'all don't really know who Mercy K is. You're talking about a strong woman. You're talking about a strong woman. Guys, there's so many strong people in our community, right? Then you got other people threatening people with boxing matches, right? But thank you so much. Thank you, Mercy K. So I want to, hola, Ro, ¿cómo estás? ¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres? Yo viví como 5 años en Guanajuato, ahí en México. ¿Y tú? Larry Reed, is Larry Reed in the house? Oh, we got Larry. Shout out to Larry Reed. This is another one. Guys, this is another strong black man. I was doing my thing a month or 2 ago, and he came in and just blessed me. He came in and absolutely just blessed me. And he didn't know me from anything. You know, just a young black man, not really young YouTuber, let's say, in the YouTube sphere. And I didn't even know who he was. Guys, he's down the street. He's down the street here in Atlanta with me. And I didn't even know he was a somebody until I looked over and saw my chat. My whole chat blew up. Hey, Larry. And so I clicked on one of his videos after the stream. I was like, who is this Larry Reed so generous? I saw him in his bedroom in a damn Versace robe with the gold sleeves. Shout out to Larry Reed. Shout out to Larry Reed stunting on him. He looks so comfortable, guys. Listen, I told you about me. I'm super introverted, right? I try to stay in my house if I can. And, but I will, so there's no reason. I live alone, so I don't need a robe. But I will absolutely admit, he made that damn Versace robe look so comfortable. He made me think for a second. I was like, do I gotta go down? Where can I go to Phipps? Where do they sell that? Larry, where'd you get your robe at? Do I gotta go down to Phipps Plaza? Be
careful, man. Once you go down that road, that robe lifestyle, man, it's hard to come back, man.
You gone, right?
Robes and slippers and plush this and oh man.
Man, he looks so damn comfortable. I was like, apparently my wife beater and jogging pants ain't enough. Did I tell him myself? I don't know. But man, he made that damn robe look so comfortable. Shout out to Larry Reed doing his thing down here in Atlanta, really helping just so many people. So shout out to Larry. Thank you so much for always supporting your boy, for coming in the comments and really participating, Larry. Thank you. And then Jesus. I mean, he was already the sponsor of the live, already the sponsor. And then this right here, Mike, this has been such a special live stream for me. Being able to get Ike on here and El Guapo, you had a line, 3 men, 12 o'clock at night, 3 men sitting here in suits and ties. No one's beefing. No one's fighting at each other. No one's cursing each other out. Talking about deep concepts, talking about mentoring, talking about success, talking about business, talking about meditation, right? I mean, and I'm just so thankful. I'll be honest with you. I think this is the best. I've had a lot of streams. This is the best one that anyone, if it were me, this would be the one stream that I would want to sponsor. And so for you to sponsor it and give so generously, you had already given the most at 100. For you to pack on 50% more, I mean, your generosity is, I can't say anything about it. I'm just speechless. So thank you so much, Mike, for being so generous. You have no idea how appreciative we are, especially when YouTube is not going to applaud this video. YouTube's going to bury it, if I can be honest, right? Because, it doesn't have fresh and fit in the title. So for you to support it, for you to uplift it, for you to bless it, it means so much. So thank you so much, Mike. Really, really appreciate that. Do you have any closing words? Any closing words, Ike? Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Any closing words, Ike?
Well, thank you, the lead attorney and the lead attorney community. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to those people who came up and asked questions and so on and so forth. As I mentioned before, always an honor, always a pleasure spending this time with us. Time is valuable on both ends. So, it's been mentioned, being appreciative of my time, but also definitely appreciate your time as well. Thank you for those subs. I think I've gotten at least 200.
Wow.
If I'm not mistaken. That's pretty good.
Man,
200 from tonight.
Exactly. 200 from tonight is exactly right. Oh,
Shout out to the kosher clinician. Someone just super chat you, and actually I interviewed him a couple of. But let me do my part. Let you then wrap up your show in your way. But
no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, but shout out to the kosher clinician. I had a conversation with him on my channel. Go ahead and check that out, and also check out his channel as well. He's a therapist, and we talked about the meaning crisis, the issues with the challenges that the modern society poses when it comes to particular in, let's say, Black men. He mentioned something about social neglect, and that makes it such that there's disarray, meaning crisis, fragmentation, to use his words. But interesting cat. So in addition to thanking you, I think that we kind of covered many a lot of solid ground. However, there's one thing that kind of cut through it all is that the challenges that we face in our lives are more in here, subjectively speaking, right? It is that heat in your ear and the seeing of red and the this and the that and the stories that go in your head, that's really where the issue lies, and not so much out there in the external world. And that's why when people talk about mindset being very important, they're talking about mindset because it's that first person perspective, that perspective from which you play the video game, if you will, and how clean that windshield is. And are you able to see your gauges and all that kind of stuff? You watching your odometer and so on and so forth. That's what they mean. Because without a clean windshield and clear instrument gauges by which you can watch the feeling, image, and talk happen, you cannot avoid being consumed by being in your feelings and being in your head rather than avoiding it. But anyways, that's kind of like, I would say that overall, that's the main thing. Whether it be where you go to meditation or psychedelics or this or that in order to kind of get that kind of both insight and techniques for monitoring yourself. But the idea is monitoring yourself is about 99% of the whole battle.
Absolutely. It's the key. It's just even recognizing that that's a thing. And then once you recognize that moderating yourself, it's a thing, then there are different techniques, whether, just like you said, whether it's psychedelics, whether it's meditation, whether, like the brother said, it's a Epsom salt tank, a floating tank, whether it's a combination of all three. Shout out to My Vivid Life and the cryotherapy. Cryotherapy might not fit in there, right? But there are a lot of techniques to try to relax the mind. Shout out to the sauna that I had put in. I love that thing. I absolutely love that sauna. I can't imagine living in a house now without a sauna. So there are multiple ways to get to that spot, but you just have to realize that the whole key is to attempt to get there. That it's a thing to try to get there, to try to separate yourself from, like what Ike said, this first person shooter mentality, to take a step back, right? And to kind of see, to make one click back on the camera, to get just one notch back, one click back, so that you have a little bit wider view than just your own self. And then that one click, it's going to allow you to see so much. So really want to thank Ike. I am positive. First of all, let me shout out to the kosher clinician. He came on my live the other day and blew it up. Everybody's talking about my interaction with, oh my God, he had an interaction with Jen too, right? It was the kosher clinician. He was the original Jen. He was the original Jen Stomper. I was 2.0. I just forgot about, I knew you got into it with somebody, but it was Jen as well, right? He was like, man, Jen, I'm about to give you this work. If y'all want to go see the kosher clinician, the kosher clinician, give Jen the work. Go back to like the second or third live that I have. There are time codes. So you can just check the description, see it in the time code. And I put in there when the kosher clinician gave Jen that work. Right. And then, you know, she was still kicking around. So I had to go finish her off yesterday. But shout out to him, because he really showed his skill. You know, everybody's kind of been patting me on the back and congratulating me, but he did an excellent job as well. An excellent job as well. So shout out to the kosher clinician, and thank you so much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. What does he say? About to go to bed. Shout out to the mental alchemy and the collaboration. Yes. Much love to Ike, the lead attorney, and Where Velvet Met the Road. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. So really appreciate that. Shout out to the kosher clinician, the Jen Stomper, Jen Destroyer. Man, he was not letting up. Shout out. I forgot all about that. He was not letting up. You guys, everybody's like, everybody's, you know, patting me on the back, but y'all go see what he did to her. Y'all go see that. All right. So listen, guys, thank you. We got co-counsel in the house. Co-counsel in the house, Marty Collins, Esquire. Thank you so much, Marty Collins. Really appreciate you sliding in the last minute. Thank you for supporting this. I'm not sure how much you've seen, but this has been an absolutely great live stream with the #1 intellectual that we have in this sector. And so for the legal community to come out and represent, thank you so much, Attorney Collins, for coming in and supporting this chat as well, supporting this live stream. Thank you so much. What did he say? Thank you for Ike. Low key, high frequency fire is appreciated. Yes. Thank you so much, Marty Collins. Really, really appreciate that. All right. So what does the Steel Curtain say? Yep, the kosher clinician gave Jen that work. Listen, all Jen does apparently is just go around on YouTube and get this work from Blackbeard. Shout out to Jen. What does Snuggles say? Shout out to Snuggles. I'm going to supercharge you. So I'm going to supercharge so you don't go to sleep just because I am petty like that. So everybody's super chatting. So let's see how long he stays on. Please don't. Please don't. Because Ike has been, I promise you, Ike did not anticipate standing up for 4 hours, but this is dedication as well. He saw that there were a lot of people in the back. A lot of people waited a long time to talk to him. A lot of people waited a long time to ask him a few questions. Even though I was trying to move you guys along, you never heard that from Ike. You know, just like El Guapo, 12 o'clock midnight came on here in a suit and tie. This is the type of stuff that we need. This is the example. Listen, there's a place for Fresh and Fit. There's a place for Ab, and there's a place on YouTube for them to conflict. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but it can't be the only thing. Right? Just like everybody was saying in the beginning, there needs to be a balance. And right now, you don't see that balance. You just see all of the conflict and none of this. 2 brothers in a suit and tie, 3 brothers in a suit and tie, talking about deep things, talking about thinking, critical thinking, talking about meditation, right? Talking about self-improvement, let's be honest. So we absolutely need more of this. I want to thank Snuggles for trying to keep us on. I understand it, but we got to go. Really want to thank again Ike for all of his time and his patience, and him being willing to stand for 4 hours when that was not contemplated when he started this day. Right? I'm sure he's tired, but he did it anyway. And so really want to thank him. Guys, come on now. Don't do Ike like this. Don't do Ike like this. Let him go. Let him go. It's a $5 super chat challenge. All right, let him go. I wish I could turn the super chats off. But thank you so much, Steel Curtain, my #2 in command. Shout out to the Steel Curtain, my #2 moderator in command. Thank you so much, guys. So listen, really appreciate everybody. Again, I just want to make a big salute to Ike for giving us his time and access to him. A huge thank you to everyone who supported, everyone who gave the super chats, an equally an equally big thank you. They're gonna kill you, man. They're gonna kill you. Shout out to Ike is like Itu beautiful eyes, right? Thank you so much. Y'all are he's like his feet are killing him, guys. Well, he probably has all those Gucci slippers, right? So maybe he's good. And thank you so much, Asafo87. This is something. Okay, don't do it like that, guys. Okay, come on, guys. Come on, guys. Oh, my beautiful, my vivid life. I didn't know she was still around. Shout out to my beautiful life, my vivid. Now I'm mixing up things. My beautiful life, beautiful lies, my vivid life. Was that a Freudian slip? Shout out. But I absolutely can. Spoons, come on, for real, guys, for real. Let this man go to bed. Let him. His Versace slippers are getting tired. All right. Thank you so much, Spoons. Thank you, guys. Thank you, but for real, let him go. He has been so gracious with his time and his knowledge. So I want to thank everybody. Shout out to My Vivid Life. Shout out to all the content creators that were over here. Guys, thank you for everybody. Even if you didn't contribute one dime, I don't care. Thank you so much for going on Ike's channel and subscribing. That means so much. I think he mentioned he got over 200 subscribers today. And there was only like 400 people in the chat at the most. So that means half of y'all went over there and subscribed. Steel Curry said, let's keep that going. It be the ones that's supposed to support you. Thank you so much. No, but for real. Guys, listen, if you want to participate in the challenge, here's what you can do. Don't super chat, just go over and subscribe to him. If you want to participate, if you want to keep him up all night, keep him up all night. Let him watch let him see his phone, how those subscriber numbers keep going. Thank you so much, Steel Curry, man. You guys are awesome. So thank you. And JT Coin Rings. JT Coin Rings, slide in. What does Rodney say? Thanks, Ike. I'm sub. Yes, Ike. Listen, they're calling for you. Ike, what is your Cash App? Ike, please put your Cash App. No. Oh, Ike, please put. Do you have a Cash App? Do you have a Cash App, Ike?
I do. It's just Ike O'Gammon. I can, just my name, but I guess I can type it there and it'll.
Yeah, I mean, Ike's in America talking about. Oh, it's just my name, like just Ogiamian, right? Just that. Thank you so much. Ike, show your shoes, not the Versace slippers. Not the Versace slippers. Thank you so much. What is Phenol Phillips? Earned rest is priceless. Yes, he's absolutely earned it. Thank you. And this is Queen Shayla asking, guys. This is the one I'm talking about. This is absolutely what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, beautiful lies. Thank you so much, JT Coin Rings, the Steel Curtain, just everybody, the love and support, the Safa Beautiful Lies, the love and support that you guys are showing is amazing. This is absolutely what we needed. And guys, listen, no one really has a standing invitation to this show but Ike, because he is not celebrated enough. He does not get nearly the credit he should. And whenever he wants to come on, he is absolutely welcome to come on. What are we going to talk about? We'll figure it out 5 minutes before we cut on the camera. Right? But you guys know, just for me to be able to give you guys access to him means so much. So thank you guys for reciprocating and going over there and supporting him like you did. This is huge.
Indeed. I just put in the correct Cash App. The first one was kind of wrong, but okay. Yeah. So for that,
I'll delete that one. Well, I can't. All right. But anyway, here's the correct one. If you can delete the old one, just because I'm going to leave this up, Ike. So
cool. Done.
All right. What does Just Jay say? The lead attorney, you're our boss and have a great platform. Thank you so much. We got Yemi with the pounds. Shout out to Yemi with the pounds. Thank you so much, Yemi, for sending me that thing. I'm going to respond to you tomorrow. Thank you so much, Yemi. Yemi's over there across the pond. So thank you guys.
One thing about what it takes to get things done, because you guys are like, oh, sleep and so on and so forth. Okay. So I do have like a meeting tomorrow morning, right? I'm going to Sacramento and I'm still going to stay up to do the thing that I have to do in order to prepare, even though that I know that, oh, this is a particular kind of a presentation, the sales speech I've given 1,000 times before. But I'm saying this to say that it takes hours and hours of actual execution in terms of that 16-hour workday and so on and so forth to actually kind of live that life that you want to live, that life of freedom right, actually takes a lot of boring, mundane hours that you put in. So yeah, I'll be here in the office here after this, kind of preparing for stuff, and then waking up early tomorrow, go get things done, go close some deals. So yeah, everyone out there, stay on your grind, kill that last day of the week, Friday, and then refresh yourself, come back and kill some more on Monday. But anyways,
Absolutely. And I don't know if I got so wrapped up in thanking you, Mike. I don't know if I read your super chat, but let me read it. I interact with attorneys in my day-to-day, and so I appreciate how valuable their time is. The lead attorney is here for hours on end, giving us free game. Y'all preaching tonight, dropping off my offering in the collection plate, man. Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you, Mike W, for sponsoring this whole live stream. I appreciate it so much. So thank you to everybody, and again, thank you to Ike. And we're gonna have another live stream in a couple of days. It's gonna be about some BS. All right, it's not gonna be a real one like this. So for these real ones, we absolutely need to appreciate. So thank you to everybody who came. Thank you. A special shout out, of course, to Queen Shayla. Thank you, Queen Shayla. And thank you to everybody. All right. Now, listen, I am not your attorney. I am the lead attorney. And I'm here to help you lawyer up. Everybody have a great night.